Good morning, party people, beautiful humans. Welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, Part 13, Trial 2. Let's go. Buhkenik's on the stand, undercross, I think, right? That's where we left off. He was still getting little beaten up by Ajax. So I think that's where we left off. So I'm ready for it. I'm ready for a little more Buhkenik because that just made my day yesterday. So much fun. So much fun. So much fun. So how'd y'all enjoy last evening? Did you all have wonderful evenings, wonderful early mornings, depending on where you're at? Oh, yeah. If somebody can get the reference to this, I actually designed this. And if you know anything about funk, if you're like, oh, I like funk music, if you know anything about funk, you're going to understand this reference. If I was better at mailing out a sticker package, I'd give somebody a sticker package if they could guess. This is a reference. It's a reference for a funk song. So
me.
Oh, what?
Me.
What?
Do I get to guess?
That's cheating. That's definitely cheating. That is peas. Very good, Little Miss Red Velvet. This is a bowl of peas. So that's a pretty good hint. I mean, that's a good initial guess. All right, so let's see. We got all the beautifuls in here. Pammy, love it. Carrie, what about Bob, Lynette, Ellie, Mags, Contrary Mary, Auntie Coco Kennedy. Good morning from Ontario, Canada. Well, good morning. Glad you're here. Professional curiosity, cute, like it. Morning from sunny Liverpool, UK. Love the UK. Absolutely love the UK. Big time. Miss Wildside, a beautiful mod. KBL. Love you over here, KBL. Meg P, super mod. Gen X. Boy, Allie's sneezing down there. Gen X Girl Lawyer. Welcome. We always love having you here. Shelly Beans. Vivi Vise. Did I butcher that? I feel like I didn't. Welcome. Good morning, Little Miss Red Velvet. Good morning. Love having you over here. Angela Ballou. Love that. Good morning. Acid choice. Tell me how bad I jacked that one up. Acid choice. I don't know if it's like one. It seems like it's kitschy and clever, and I'm just not getting it. Acid choice. Let me know if I butchered that. Leslie, Belle, Megan, also known as Spitfire. I got your adorable. Well, yours was nice. Gannicus was adorable. His question. I listened to it last night. He's going to be shocked and awed when I tell him what version of Sonic I was playing. So you can imagine it was the OG back when it was on Sega. If you're this many years old to know about Sega. And Piccolo, love you. And I was double checking please type in the chat what email you sent the t-shirt deets to. Was it the one the girls gave you? And if so, girls, I need the email because I didn't get it. Excuse me. Tony Bailey, love you, love you, love you. All right, they got OnlyFan up. I'm going to pull it up. So we don't miss 1 second of action. Karen Reed 2.0. Let's go. Beep. Doobie, doobie doo. Doobie, doobie. It's already on 2.0. All right. All right, OnlyFan. Okay. I'm pulling her up so y'all can see. Boop. Hello. Hello, my sunshine. Hello, my fancy. Okay. Kristen Yeager, welcome, welcome, welcome. Jimmy. Good morning. Good morning. Polygraph. Melissa Filson, love to see you over here. Mama 2SL. Morgan. You know, that's my mother's maiden name. I'm a Mata and a Morgan. You're probably my family. We're probably distant relatives. We should hang out. Ellie Newland, welcome, welcome, welcome. Brian, love to see you. Carolyn or Caroline, could go either way. Remember Ember, love to see you over here. Jay Haig. Jogarithm. That's what I'm going with. Jogarithm. I like it. I'm sticking with it. Unless I really butchered it, let me know. D11, welcome. Ern, Big Ernie. Aaron. Oh, that was my Bert. Linda, good morning. Oh, the newly minted Linda. New member of the fam. Love that. Love that. JD. Junebug. Winter Sky. I love it. I love it. Oh, we got movement, kids. Barney's wife. We love your Twitter posts. Your X posts. Sorry. Nexus Lexus. Biggly Wiggly. Hannah. Drenda. Sharmac 0411. Tammy. Glassnap.
Yesterday.
Huh? Yeah, I know. I just gave her some love. Let's see. Not so gent. I'm trying to get in some more shout outs. Dance Kinetics. Happy Annie. Pretty Insane. Skier's Daughter. None your business. Nexus Lexus. Giggle Glimmer. Jason Wemhofer. Oh, good morning from the Philippines. I love it. Kelly Healy. Love it. Rhea. Odd Structure. Ellie Newland. Ralph. I love it. The Center for Global and Comparative Philosophies. Intense. Good morning from Italy. Motherland. Betty Swallocks. That sounded nasty. That sounded a little dirty when I said that. ABC's Docket. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Cold Case. Pop Princess. Curious Liz. PB and Shelly. Danielle Cooper. I love it. Sketchy. I love that screen name. It's clever. It's a good one. I am live, kids. I am live. It's not even 9 yet. Jessica Bell. Good morning. Good morning. Winnie's mom. Kaylee, good morning. Good morning. Jamie BB, April 74. Christy R. Anything but an average Joe. Happy eye rolling. Oh, love that. Mandy Moo. Helena Handbasket. Michelle, under down. I like the way you flip-flopped it. Normal Mom and Shock and Horror. Welcome. Welcome. We love that you're over here. Nobody will cook a motherfucker like Allison and I. I'll tell you that right now. And you'll get a little law. Maybe a lot of law. You know, I'm like, I was just saying last night, I'll put our channel up against any channel. I love our LawTube friends, but, you know, just in terms of, we try to have a real rounded out show. Real rounded out. Because if you can't laugh at this shit, you're taking life way too seriously. I mean, gallows humor, you got to have it for these sad ass cases. Lynette, I'm dying to know. Oh, did I say acid choice good? I'm assuming that's what that means. Annie P. Kimmy Carson, Ireland loves Bob and Allie. I love you guys back. I was really bummed. Our next trip over to the UK, we're definitely hitting Scotland and Ireland, or just doing a trip over to Scotland and Ireland. Michelle Celeste, Lita C. Fun size. Tina. All right. I think Haley. I think I got most of y'all. Mindy. Frankie's Finds. Debbie King. Allie Jones. Jane Doe. Andrea Dawn. Defender at law. Love that. Andrea, did you email me? I have a lot of attorneys that email me, say, especially defense side, that are like, man, thank you for being out in these streets championing what we do. That being defense attorneys. And I got you. Got you. I'm telling you, it's the golden age of defense attorneys. Like, first we had to get unscraped from the bottom of people's shoes because they were stepping on us like we were shit. And now we've been rising slowly. No, all it takes is exposing the bullshit that goes on. That's been going on since this country was formed. It's not new. You don't think cops have been beating people, fucking making bad arrests, doing all the other shit that they're doing now? Trust me, they've been doing it all along. That's not to say there are not amazing cops out there, because there are. That's the problem with that profession. Like any, few bad apples spoil the bunch, but it shouldn't. It's like absolutely mandatory, necessary job. I respect the hell out of cops, good cops. I realize what a thankless, dangerous job that is, that they're out there in these streets protecting us. But, the problem with that job, you have a lot of power with that gun and that badge. And if you get bad people in there, it's a fucking nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. Whitney, welcome. Pammy, I know I said hi to you. I think Pammy was first in this morning. I seen her. Being all adorable and cute. Just first in here. She's like, I'm first. It reminded me of when you go out to an all-inclusive and you got to get even if you tore it up last night, you got to get up at the crack to go out and get a fucking beach chair. Got to put your towel out there because there's just crazy people that have to get their beach chairs, and it's like a competition. Laura Blake, TKS, Tracy Wheely, Caroline P. I think I already butchered that. Holly Ann Crow, love it. All right, you guys are all chatting it up. Candace, Jen the Engine, Joey Mulcahy. Sup, Bob from Maine. Love it up there. Y'all got some good lobster rolls. Double D, sassy Southern gal. Alessi. Marissa, did I hear this rumor you're getting married in 10 days? Is that going down? Dang, girl. Who's the lucky fella? I was just telling the crowd yesterday, you better treat you right. got eyes on me. But in all seriousness, I'm excited to hear that. And I hope that your wedding is magical. But more importantly, I hope that your relationship and your marriage is magical. Got to work. It's work. But it's worth it. It's worth it. Because if you put in the work and you fight through the down times and you just keep plugging along, and if you married your best friend, it's a recipe for success. Take it from somebody who knows. I live it. I live it. All right. What should we do goal-wise today? Should we do? You guys didn't meet the goal. You didn't get the puppet. See, if I don't make you meet the goal, then the goal means nothing. You know what I mean? I don't even think you guys were that close on meeting the goal. I don't know. Maybe it was close. See, the problem is I can't make it. What are you licking, buddy? Oh, the guy's laying in the. Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta make sure the commercials aren't on.
All right.
Oh my god!
You are unmuted.
Day 13. Let's go. Let's go. Aw, family hug. Welcome, Holly. ABC's docket. I got my court chair. Are you in house over there?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Oh, your
All
parents
persons having anything to do with Honorable Beverly County, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when it's sitting this court's in session, please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should be. Thank you.
Could we bring Sergeant Buhkenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
I was born to love you. I was born to lick your face. Let's go. AJ will be on point. On point.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're still on your own.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sergeant Buhkenik.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I look up Proctor?
Yes.
So you can actually let me front page that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report.
The dog came down. Hi, guys.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
How you doing, baby?
Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important
Score.
part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general
Boy, that didn't sound like a practiced pat answer, did it? Not at all.
vicinity, did you seek to did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates
he did.
or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same.
Here's the problem. In a case where feet and inches and
Matter.
these kind of metrics and measurements are so fucking critical, that's why you have to take fucking pictures of where you find evidence. It's why you have to create a chain of evidence. This is like he's already getting me off. He's already setting me off. And I'm in a great mood. I slept like a million.
Babe, it was in the General vicinity.
I know, baby. Thank you. Made me feel so much worse.
General vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you
Squirmy.
agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from
Vinny did. He pulled
the
up measuring tape.
jury
Very
bar.
effective.
probably about
No big
5
deal.
feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, mate.
Wait. General air is
Maybe
going like this
10
now.
feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe.
Wait, what happened to the vicinity? Now we're in the general area.
No. This is vicinity. This
Is the area?
is general area.
Vicinity
All right, I got to go deal with the dog.
area. What's he need? He's gone out.
I don't know. He wants something. I'll go figure it out.
I mean, there's no meat laying around. It's usually when he gets all feisty.
3 feet out. They were the general in another area, mate. Maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption,
Jesus.
or presumption, that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
Speaking.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to
Oh
suggest
my
what happened,
God.
correct?
They're like,
Yes.
we're going to need you to
Another
back
word
up
for
Trooper
suggestion.
Paul here. We're going to really need you to say
Evidence speaks to me.
that the evidence was speaking to you. When it spoke to you earlier, it spoke of a physical altercation with a glass to the face.
I'm touching things like Monk.
It's like, how many other times have these mother effers said that the crime scene or the evidence speaks to them? It's like, I got, poor.
I mean, I think
Paul.
in fairness, every cop says that. I mean,
In a court of law,
they follow the evidence. Hey,
following it and
Sam
speaking to you.
smells the evidence. You weren't here. You would have fallen off your ball. Sometimes he tastes the evidence, and all the time he smells the evidence.
Wait, who
Then
said
it's-
that?
What do you mean?
He said that?
Bukkenik's like twin brother, Jimmy Buhkenik. Buhkenik. He said
Oh.
that.
It's all put together into the case.
You used the word
By the way, he says almost all evidence tastes like chicken.
to suggest what happened.
That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Is that a
Another
synonym?
word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
He is so
And of
stupid.
course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another
Word
term for a
theory
theory
is a
an
working
assumption or
assumption.
presumption. Correct.
I don't know the definition, sir.
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm not
Yes.
That's what it means, dude.
I'm
I'll
not going to argue
punch
about
out a
semantics here.
dictionary, buddy.
Oh, whoa,
Whoa,
whoa, whoa,
Whoa!
whoa.
You wait,
Somebody
you what?
busted out the big dick this morning.
Stop.
I
No,
want to pick out the big dick is the dictionary. If you
I
don't
know,
that
but
after 25 years of
I do know that. I'm just saying, other people don't.
okay, now they do. That's what I refer to. We used to still have a big dictionary, and we used to make the kids go in there whenever they'd learn a word. And
He
they
did not tell them to go into the big dick when he told them, though. That was
Huh? What?
no. Wait, now he's not going to argue about semantics.
I'm just impressed that he used the word semantics.
Yeah, that's true. But no, he has been arguing over semantics since he sat his ass in that chair.
Super semantical.
How
Oh.
many? How long is many, sir?
All right, we're doing a lot of early pausing. It's you got to get the early raging out.
Matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
Yeah.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34th Ferry, correct?
Well, that was an assumption.
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something.
Oh, now.
Initial hours of the
Now it's declarative. Now it's based on the statement I hit him. Yesterday, it was I think I hit him.
Could I have? Did I? But this time he's now moved on from theorizing into assumptions. He said, "I made the assumption."
Hey, you know what assuming things does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Semantical
arguments.
investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Into a theory.
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
Oh, see, he needs the big dick.
We'll take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago. You were working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, Mrs. Dave, let's move on, please.
English is his third language.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buhkenik, that
Well, that explained. Now I feel bad.
No.
if your
No.
theory was that there was
Now I challenge his credibility. Okay, I'd like you to speak some. I want 3 full sentences of fluid Ukrainian. And what's your second language?
He does have an accent.
He's got a fucking Boston accent.
It's a little different. It's a little
Nah.
different. If he's Ukrainian, then that might be it.
Well, that's bonehead. That's what you're hearing. That's bonehead. Like,
Was an impact. You would agree with me, Sergeant Buhkenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
Oh,
Now, on
finally.
February 10th,
Answer.
you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
What's the coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
you don't have a phone.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's
Like a
perpendicular
Or
to that,
fire hydrant.
pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound easy? Easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't,
I didn't understand.
by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th.
There you go,
correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
No. What? I don't get it. Answer.
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
What?
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
Was it your theory that this car
What's
ran
documented
on
in
the
the
yard?
report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buhkenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's
location,
what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
You are
And the
exhausting.
bullet point beneath that
Sure.
says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buhkenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
Is there?
There is.
Oh,
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from.
and what time?
Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
Let's
And
pull up
what
the bag.
If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where
They don't even know
Ugh.
exactly where John O'Keefe's body was found. They don't even know. They didn't take a photograph because if there was no snow on the ground, right? Or even if there was a little bit, his body heat would have melted whatever tiny amount was, if their theory is correct. And that's what it is. He doesn't want to say it. If you watch our channel, all I'm ever saying constantly is we weren't there. The lawyers weren't there. All we have is theories that we're trying to sell a jury on what happened based on the evidence. That's it. It's a theory. They don't know what happened. But wouldn't there have been an outline of
Yeah.
where John's body was?
Yeah, would have had to be.
No one took a picture of it. This is the worst processing of a crime scene, which they didn't secure, which anybody had access to after the fact, including the people in the house, for hours before the CERT team gets there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And to the Dallas fan 1982's point, like if John's hit by a car, his body would have prevented the taillight pieces from flying everywhere. She says,
I mean, that's all ARCA. ARCA's going to come out.
Right.
But
no, how is
the taillight exploding into the yard is the question. Whether John's body blocked it or not. Let's presume for a minute that John was struck by the vehicle, which he wasn't, but let's pretend that he was. When does this taillight explode into the yard, into the vicinity that old Bukkake here is talking about? Like, when does that happen? Like, that's what ARC is about. So I get that it's kind of redundant. I mean, Jackson definitely established yesterday there was no chain of custody. They're kind of rehashing what they were going through. It's important, though.
I wish he would have taken the opportunity right there while this guy's like, it's on the bag, to drill home while he's not thinking about it. So you're saying that the bag covers all of that, so it tells you where you got it and what time you got it, and have him be like, yes, the time on the bag is what time we got it, because that would be awesome. Because you'll see how that comes back. Any of those who didn't watch the first trial, but you'll see how that time becomes really important.
Yeah, and beyond that, I mean, pull up the bag. I mean, Ajax.
He said he's going to get. They're going to get.
Let's get a bag. Let's bring a bag up there. I want to look at a bag since it has all this detailed information on there.
All right, I'm going to go get some tea.
I'll kick it back.
To document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Some of you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
All of this back and forth, by the way, opens the door, kicks the door wide.
Yes, I do.
For Michael
What's
East.
depicted in that photograph, just generally?
How shit should be done.
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, John?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buhkenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
He just answered it. He has no clue.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Oh!
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over. Turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Them.
Whoever wrote it.
Whoever them is.
Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
Fair question.
For each person,
Everyone. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
Do you remember turning it over
That's
to
a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens
maybe
of times.
millions?
Sure,
Over the
Millions.
years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
This is a fucking joke.
911 is a joke, girl. Flav knows.
So there is no actual chain of custody. A trusted member, every member's trusted.
Yeah, Coach Sean?
Trusted member of the inner circle. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
See, now you ask him, after you go through all this shit, this entire line of questions, you then turn around and say, sir, is there any document that you can think of, had it been prepared, that would have made all of these questions completely and totally unnecessary? Obviously, a chain of custody is what I speak of. Yeah, I mean, like, you just have to drive it home with the jury because
We
I'm
don't
not sure
document
they get the significance of it.
documentation, sir. But we don't document documentation.
They got to drive it home. They got to drive it home. He has to drive home the significance of why it matters. Nitpicking on these points is a great way to show that he doesn't know shit, but you need to tie it together
So you
with
ain't
why it
supervising-
matters. Why it matters. Right, babe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that he's not supervising a damn thing.
He ain't doing a goddamn thing.
Wait a minute, you got to go back because this looks super dramatic. They're all looking at him.
No,
They
he's reading a document, dude.
Oh,
Okay, he handed him a document.
okay.
I'm gonna believe. He's gonna bring him a document.
Okay.
I want you to look at the document.
His eyes are glistening.
It's gonna take Buhkenik 4 hours to read the document.
Alan Jackson. It's like he's like you can see it in his face, the anticipation of what he's about to do.
Yes.
Unetti's staying calm. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna It's going to be good. I'm going to stay calm.
It's been 5
Can
minutes.
you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
Oh, a bit of the morning tea.
Thanks, Spitfire.
Ooh, Italia, the mother.
Look at him. He's
It
like,
appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed.
Karen, I think he knows. I think he's got this.
Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided the document to me, so
Right, I know.
You did make up all those
Testify that I
words
labeled that
yesterday.
Move
So
backwards, Bob.
Right, so you don't know.
well,
So
you provided the document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
Do you see a highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff, please?
Sidebar. All right, time for your morning medicine. It's medication time.
Oh, we've got blue.
It's medication time.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
All right. We don't have that much blooping. A little bit. More than I thought.
Plenty.
All right, Alex.
Anyone who wants to complain about pausing can't get excited about blooping.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, I think you authored this shit
In the
here.
ordinary course of business,
Mr. Jackson.
is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that.
That's what he asked you.
If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from,
Smack his face.
it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the
Because it's where-
flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
General
So
vicinity,
It's
general area.
Okay, I'm going to rewind. If you
I
need me to rewind,
Well,
want to. I think
hydrant,
take the
the
poll.
lawn near the
We should
flagpole between the
alternate
street
control.
and the flag.
Pretty sure I'll win.
wait, what?
Give the people what they want. Should Bob and Allie alternate who has control over the pausing?
Oh, my
he's afraid of it.
God.
He's afraid to run that one. Are you afraid? Don't be scared.
Don't be a skirt. Don't be a skirt. Real quick, Melinda M. Thank you so much for your $10 Venmo. My husband and I both listen to your great trial coverage every day. The new saying around our house is objection, fuckface. We love it. Drenda, $20 Venmo. Love watching trials with the two of you. Thank you both for those very generous Venmos. and kind words.
Fragments of evidence was collected from. It's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, it says
So
the
it's
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see.
To whom I don't
now
know.
it's hearsay
MD
information
knows.
passed on to someone
You
else.
got to get up first.
Objection.
The early bird gets the
Secondhand.
worm.
Use that word. Secondhand information.
What? I'm going to
person
find other
filling out
people's
the
comments.
Correct?
I
No, it's
ran in
firsthand
here,
information.
Bob.
I passed it along to them.
It went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked
Then
to.
how
If
do
you can't remember who you
remember?
talked to, you don't remember what you said.
Huh.
Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
You don't know who wrote what
A
on the
bag you
bag.
didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And
And
who you don't.
information provided to someone
Freeman.
you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
Wow. He doesn't even see how obtuse he is. You're an obstinate asshole. Number 2.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag,
Pause it.
was not.
All of a sudden now, the Massachusetts troopers, state police troopers, their memories are better closer in time when it happens. So that this guy, his memory works sort of different than everyone else's. It's better closer in time. So, all right, sir, if you told whoever this is that I found it at 2:00 on top of the flagpole, but they wrote down you found it at 1:00 under the fire hydrant, how in the hell do you know what's on that bag is right when you don't remember what you said or who you said it to, although you know what you said would have been truthful? You don't know if what you truthfully said was what was written on the damn bag. I mean, the jurors have to be like, hello, McFly.
I agree, babe.
I'll
Well,
always be
so-
at True Crime Podcast Festival.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. All right, babe. After lunch, I will give you control.
Mm, mm, mm. All right. It's on.
March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant
Wow.
Buhkenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
Wow.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mandy, we need you to create a lunchbox with McFly on it. That's his new emoji. Because I think it was Mandy that called him Lunchbox Head. I'm not sure if it was somebody else.
Buckethead.
I
Listen,
thought you called him a Lunchbox Head.
Maybe. Buckethead's better. Mandy's not in here right now.
Somebody called him something.
Somebody said something about something.
I don't know who, but it was a trusted, hysterical member of our chat with a lot of maneuverability.
I'm trying to figure out. So Bob and David swapped seats at some point yesterday. They've maintained the new pecking order, as it were.
I thought that Yannetti always sat next to Karen. Always.
He does, but yesterday they flopped Bob and David.
Maybe Karen needed to tell him some shit.
Lana just called that.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr.
Blank
Jackson?
against
I think I've just,
up on her.
I think I
What is
just
going on?
gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
Wow.
You can
I
take
don't
a
like
look at
the way
those
you
two
put that
documents and tell me
down,
whether or not you
Mr.
recognize
Jackson.
them.
Allie is definitely 100% going to be at the True Crime Podcast Festival in
We touched on that.
I was
already.
just making sure. I saw a few questions about it.
Wait, when is the true crime?
There you go. She doesn't even know when it is.
Well, Bob just tells me when to show up. But when is it?
Early July.
Mm.
I want to get the exact dates here.
Boston.
Beantown, baby.
Gonna call our girl Cammie. She'd probably be in the air somewhere, flying around.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was received, processed, and
Booked.
returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
Why?
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Yeah, Jada. And what about all that trial prep he's been doing? How many times did you meet with the district attorney's office there, buddy? Did you bone up on nothing before you came to trial? Just wanted to come with a clean slate, fresh mind, just all of it gone so that you're fresh.
Take the train. Do it, Jen. Jen the engine.
Jen the engine. No.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the
Where?
Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right.
To
After
who?
you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buhkenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items
Fucking
is
joke.
March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
Let's go over the
I don't
other.
know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation
Thanks, Pat.
indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point?
No. When you declare or when you request that the court declare a hostile witness, you're directing them. So by its very nature, cross-examination is with a hostile witness. So
Right,
Chris
because-
had asked the question.
Right. So if it's your witness, and if a witness is declared hostile, all that allows you to do is cross-examine them, ask leading questions. He's already cross-examining him, so you don't have to declare him hostile. But I think the jury can see this son of a bitch is clearly hostile.
You hostile motherfucker.
Where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th. Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments. Mr.
But he is.
Yes, he's non-responsive.
I'm asking, can you point
That's
to
what
a
he's-
single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained? Specifically.
The collar's getting tight. Hold on. I got to stretch my collar out a little bit. This guy.
I'd ask him this, babe. So did you see that bag on February 12th? And did you see that bag on February 13th? Did you lay eyes on that bag on February 14th? I mean,
Sir, does there exist a document in the world that you're aware that law enforcement officers use
he
in
asked
every
him.
investigation wherein it would make all of these questions that I'm asking you so much easier to answer? Do you know what that document is called, sir?
He asked him that exact question yesterday.
Between February 10th, when you lost sight of them,
This guy got
and
us.
March 14th, when the crime lab received them.
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. You better
No,
approach.
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Courtney
Oh,
C.
I thought he wanted to approach.
$10
I thought he
Venmo.
wanted a sidebar.
$10 Venmo, babe. She loves your rants.
Thank you.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
Not
As a
happening.
matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence
come
is
back every
collected and
month.
processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
I'll reflect on it, but I won't tell you it's legitimate because you might have forged it.
Just like we wrote those
Yes.
warrants.
Well, sir, I don't know that you didn't create
Take a
this
look
in
at
your
that.
office.
Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
Oh, surprise!
You're also aware
surprise.
that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct?
Took a
It's
turn
getting warmer.
for the better.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the evidence.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
I want to know how many times they went back after that just to keep looking. Just to keep looking. How many times after? Did you happen to stop the last day you found that last piece? Or did you keep looking like you did every day before, just in case something else turned up?
Good question. As if they knew how many pieces there were.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Hey, we got 48, 47.
56,
We're done.
Whatever. Get your stretch on. Maybe guzzle, guzzle, guzzle. Where's your drink? Oh, there he goes. Time to get to guzzling. Oh, he's like, I'll take little sips so it doesn't look like I'm freaking out.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
I don't know that this is a legitimate document, sir. I mean, how often are you handed illegitimate documents while you're sitting as a witness in a court of law?
Apparently all the time. If you're cocky. Oh my God. Tammy had to go there.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Tammy.
Remind how I got her.
This chat. They're the best and the filthiest.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir,
I blame Bob and Jay.
what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else.
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some.
tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what. I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Wow.
This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that
Item
number
number.
designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The LIMS or the item number?
The
The
LIMS.
item number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right.
What is
This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you can leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior. Yes.
You see the size of this, according to the rule. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Oh my God.
That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right.
So the answer is
Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document.
Oh,
You
you
can
Did you
show
show
it
Mr.
yourself.
Brennan? I didn't see.
Showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
As long, if there's not an optical illusion, I'm going to put out all the possibilities here. Could be an optical illusion. You could have made this in your basement. Right, Gigi. The big piece was still marinating so they could taste it the day before.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any
You didn't see this there that day, did you?
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
716.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 716.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
7 or 8 inches.
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C.
There's that
You
guy.
see the same designator on the bottom right?
There's that guy.
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes.
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
It was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
Where's Mandy? We're gonna find the. That's suspicious.
It's a secret.
That's weird.
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
Yes.
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail,
What
I
a
don't want to
fucking
label
asshole.
something without having
Oh,
complete understanding of the
are
content.
you fucking kidding me. We're going to rewind.
I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, was it,
Rewind it, babe.
were these business texts?
I can't
No, these were,
call them
I'm not comfortable with the
flirtatious.
call it recently. Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Sustained.
Why?
What? I don't get it.
I mean, if she let the other one in, it is all hearsay. But if she let the other one in, I don't know why she's not letting this one in. And now it needs to come in because it goes to his credibility. He just lied to this jury. And if the judge is going to pretend that he doesn't damn well know what those texts say, that thing hasn't been the subject of massive, I mean, come the fuck on.
I don't know.
Judge Canoni needs to recognize that at this point, it goes to his credibility and his bias. That's what it is, his ability to barefaced lie to this jury. It's for the second time. Well, as far as just like a bold lie. First jury, inverted video. This jury, it was a text communication between people who knew each other, acquaintances. I can't say if there was anything flirtatious without reading them.
It was, some text messages between two people that were acquaintances and,
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buhkenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and
No, you hand them to him.
Okay.
You're going to
And I
trust
need
that
copies
guy?
as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I would never let that happen. I would never. I'd be like, I'll hand them to him.
No, that won't save time, actually, Michael. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, because Brennan, you don't know what they said.
All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Half
Wow.
an hour.
Wow.
It's a long break. It's a long.
All right, so here is what is happening. Sergeant Buhkenik was asked if the text communications, did he review text communications provided to him by Higgins, as opposed to an extraction that they did? Text communications between Higgins and Karen Reed, as well as Higgins and John O'Keefe. But we're focusing on, oh no, Chandrazilla. Where's OnlyFan? This, I don't get it. Look at it.
I know. It's
Just
bright.
trying to steal the spotlight.
It's not an attractive light.
No one wants to see you.
No one wants to see that thing.
Oh, gosh. Okay. So,
I
in any event,
out.
we're out of blooping. So now that he has said, without reviewing, he being Buhkenik, if I can't tell you that these were flirtatious texts or anything more than two people who knew each other, more than that, acquaintances, okay, communicating without reviewing it all. So I think he opened the door to getting all of it in. I don't know. I was surprised that Judge Cannoni didn't object to the first text, because you can authenticate text a couple ways. If you're one of the parties to the texts, then you can. Or, if they do the extraction, like they've done before. This was sort of odd, but he is a police officer who gave them to another police officer. So should they not be able to testify to those same as an extraction report? I don't know. But the first objection to like what was in them.
Well, I mean, there is a world in which he's not aware, but he clearly has read them.
Wait, what do you mean not aware?
Of what Higgins and Karen were texting one another?
As he sits there right now, there is a world in which he doesn't know what those texts were about? Is he living under a rock?
I mean, but is that a legal argument, counselor? I mean, what is your argument? That he watched the trial after the fact?
He's the supervisor over this case. That was a huge topic of conversation. There was discipline. Was Higgins disciplined? Maybe not. No, because that was not in his role. He's a supervisor in his case. He's in. Yeah, my legal argument is that I'm not fucking buying it.
Well, I mean, he clearly had some kind of knowledge, right? He had some knowledge because he.
Wait, real world, he knows damn well. We're both agreeing with that. Real world, there's not a world.
He definitely knows.
There's not a world in the real world where he doesn't know. In the theoretical world of the law,
the legal world's a different world than the real world.
I guess so. But the judge.
But to your point, I mean, he gave an answer, and he did give his evaluation or his opinion as to what the tone and tenor of those text messages were. So clearly, he has some kind of knowledge base about these.
We got to go back. I think he said that he read them some time ago.
All right, let's go.
And if he admitted in a court of law he's ever read them, there's no forgetting, there's no uncertainty, there's no possibility. You think it's text messages. I don't feel comfortable saying more than it's text messages between acquaintances.
All right, so let's relive.
When you met with Brian Higgins,
that's about it.
Your investigation revealed was there at the waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Put it
Look at that.
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
A little bit.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection. Sustained.
No,
Did he
bullshit.
provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And
Yes.
those purported to
Boom.
be, I
There
think
it
you already
is.
said, there's purported to be
That's
two
it.
strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages
you can
between Brian Higgins
go
and
to-
John O'Keefe, correct?
OnlyFans.
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to hear any more?
Would you
We heard what we
describe the text messages?
Unless you want to hear him say it again, if
I
anybody
mean,
wanna-
that was about the end of it.
that was the whole point, is that he said in a court of law, Bob, you asked, in a court of law, there's a world in which he doesn't know, but we just cleared that up. He said he read them. That's all that matters.
There we
so
go.
there's not a chance in hell, having ever read them. And we all know in our world, there's not a world in which he doesn't damn well know what those texts say. But there's not a world in which you forget if there was any flirtatiousness and you conclude, without rereading them, I can't say more than it was between acquaintances or people who knew each other. It's like McLaughlin saying, I went to high school with a girl named, what is it? Kitty Alp, whichever it was.
It's
So there you have that.
there you have it. There's the words spoken by the man on the stand. Yeah, he's slippery as a motherfucker up there. I mean, the problem let's talk about, I want to get into, while we have this opportunity, to talk about the fact that it is evident, absolutely evident, they are not calling Proctor.
No,
Okay?
that's clear.
They have put him up on the stand in order to take all the bullets for all the shit. So if you're the defense, you've got to call Proctor.
Yes, because as Trisha84 asks, can Jackson go over Proctor's texts with him? Now, my answer would have been no, because the other texts that he went over were texts he was involved in. Again, as I said, you can authenticate texts by, I don't know, maybe this guy did review the extraction report of Proctor's text. I'm not sure, but assuming he didn't, it wouldn't, I don't think, be appropriate to get in that whole actual content of that text communication with Higgin with Buhkenik.
Let's call him Bukaki. Quit being so resistant.
No, I was just trying to think legally if I'm missing something here. So, and I also would have thought he couldn't get into the content of the conversations that we're getting into now, although that might have been why the judge started sustaining objections. Maybe the first question of was there flirtation going on? Okay, that didn't require him to discuss the actual words spoken in the text, so the actual content, the hearsay of the words themselves. But now I think they have opened the door to the words themselves to show that this witness is biased. This witness is slanting his opinion to assist the prosecution. He is willing to mislead the jury, be disingenuous with the jury, and is overall generally a lying piece of shit.
All right. So
in legal terms, in legal terms,
your answer there was a lot like Buhkenik. So in terms of the defense calling Proctor, do you see? So let me ask you this: in terms of strategically, from Hank Brennan's perspective, do you think it was the right move not to call Proctor? Because obviously, Proctor is their biggest problem in terms of any witness they're going to call the stand. He presents the biggest problem. You can be rest assured that Morrissey, Lally, Brennan, and anybody else that matters all sat down and were like, all right, how are we going to fucking deal with the Proctor problem? And, this was a joint decision, I'm assuming. I'm assuming that Hank had final call. Maybe Morrissey did. Morrissey's probably like, you're not putting the fucking guy on the stand again. You're not doing it, Hank. Fuck him. So they land on this decision not to put him on. Do you think strategically, based on what we know that they're going to bring out on Proctor, do you think that was the right decision in light of the fact that they have the defense has been able to well establish this guy's the lead investigator for the case? So,
by the way, somebody tagged us at an X, and sorry, I should be able to remember the name so I can credit whoever did it, but I can't right this second. And I'm pretty sure it was the investigation. My brain is, I don't know, mush right now, but whatever the Massachusetts, whatever investigation they did or review they did into corruption and this whole situation. Why is my brain just not working right when Bob goes away? Somebody tell me what they did where they said, what was that document?
The guy was at the door.
Where they did where they said, oh, Proctor violated this, and where they did that whole review of everything.
Oh, the audit.
Yeah. I don't know if it was the audit. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Lion.
It was the audit, though.
I know it was, but I don't know if it was. You're talking about what we got tagged in? That was the audit?
Oh.
Right. So I don't know if it was the audit or some other document.
They tagged when? Last night? Yesterday?
Yeah, and it specifically uses the words Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator on this case. Like that's and it was
agent. I'm not willing to say that he's the lead investigator. He's the case agent.
Maybe that was his termination papers, because I think the papers said Massachusetts State Police. I know it did, because I was like, all right, so clearly the Massachusetts State Police calls him the lead investigator. So anyway, now because of my whole brain fog and ability to think, I forget where I was going. But to answer, I remember what your question was, but so I think that they risk leaving the jury thinking that they were disingenuous with them, that they weren't honest with them, that the Commonwealth tried to pull the wool over their eyes by not calling Proctor. I think that is a real risk. Now, I think part of what they thought about was, well, hey, he's fired. So we can just infer to the jury and hope that they grasp onto the fact that this guy is not helping us anymore. We can't you know, it's not easy for us to get to him. It's not easy for us to prep him. It's not, whatever the case may be, that maybe they're hoping that will balance the whole, we're going to look like we're trying to pull the wool over the jury's eyes by not calling Proctor.
I mean, how do they get that out? So, there's two things at play here. There's the concept that they didn't call them, and their case in chief, the lead investigator in this shit show of an investigation, they decide not to call him. Now, the only time in recent memory that I can remember that happen frequently was in Baltimore with respect to all the cops in Baltimore after the gun trace task force thing broke, that all these cops were dirty as fuck. And like the prosecution, like they had a hit list. They're like, these are all the untouchable cops that we cannot call because the citizens in Baltimore County do not trust the police in general, and they definitely don't trust any of these witnesses. They are case killers. And so that's the only time I mean, as a general proposition, this is like a unicorn case where you're not seeing the lead investigator getting called. Like every case that you all watch, you always see the lead investigator. Always. It's just always, always, always. I mean, they ran the investigation in terms of talking about collecting evidence and developing a theory and all those things that Buhkenik was talking about, that, how they developed their case and how they developed their theory ultimately. That is always going to come through on the witness stand, the lead investigator. You'll have a bunch of other cops on to get things into evidence. They'll be foundational or authenticating witnesses. But in terms of telling the story of how we developed this case and got it to the point where we're sitting here in front of y'all being a jury, it's through the lead investigator. So,
but the jurors don't necessarily know that is standard operating procedure.
That is Alan Jackson, David Yannetti's, and Bob Alessi and Eliza Little's job to make them know that, to make them understand that. And I think it is also yet another reason why they need to renew the motion for Michael Easter to come on and tell them how it's supposed to be done.
Right. Because the judge said it's common sense and the jury will know it. However, Buhkenik and the other guy before him were denying that any of things that she said is like common knowledge needed to happen, should have happened, was an issue here. They're cooperating witnesses. They always, by definition of their title, tell us the truth and anything that we want to hear, and they're always accurate.
All right. So I think that we both agree. So I think it's devastating to their case. And when it becomes devastating to their case, not on the front end, because the jury doesn't know what they don't know. Are you still listening?
Yeah, I yawned.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm boring you.
No, never.
So on the front end, I agree that the jury's not necessarily going to know the impact. Like, they're hearing a lot about this Michael Proctor guy. They now know that Buhkenik was full of shit about the 51%.
Yeah, I'd say around maybe 51%.
They now know that he had his hand in everything. So Alan Jackson was able to marry his opening statement to the fact that Proctor had his hands on everything. Okay, so those facts in terms of something that was said during an opening statement has now been married to the facts that Proctor, they've heard it. They've heard that he signed all the warrants, he collected all the evidence, he transported all the shit, had hundreds of interviews.
So they don't really need him. If they can put on the person who did the extraction and get all the text messages in through somebody else, that might be better than the defense actually calling Proctor.
I want to talk this out. Okay, so let's get to the defense's case in chief. All right, if you and I are handling this case and we've got the Proctor, what's our conversation? So because it goes beyond just the text messages. Those cast him in like the worst light possible, 100%. But in terms of everything else that comes along with him, he's an attractive witness for us to call, because I think before, and I tweeted this yesterday, I'm sure you saw the tweet, before he utters in just one word on the stand, before he's asked one question, it is a devastating blow to the prosecution, because you will never see a case where the prosecution has refused to call their lead investigator and the defense is doing it. You can't get a more antagonistic witness than the lead, if you're defense, than the lead investigator for the case that is at trial, because that is the dude or the gal who theoretically is responsible for your person, your client sitting in that chair being tried.
So, but babe, let's assume that the defense could put Proctor on and be like, as lead investigator, you're always called, and they can establish this. The lead investigator is always called. We do have that difference here, that he is a dishonored lead investigator. He is no longer with the force. He was fired. And does that alone take away from this sort of gift, like you're saying, where they didn't call him, but we will, because we want you guys to hear the whole truth. So I think that would be part of our conversation. And then a big part would be, what did he testify to before that we want to get in through his prior testimony? You know what I mean? Like, otherwise I might be saying, if we can get the texts in through whoever did the extraction and they just read them, what's the Guillermo? What's the guy's name that did that?
Guarino
did for the other text messages. If there's another way to get them in, is it worth calling him so he gets this opportunity to explain things or make it sound better or try to seem like not the devil that he is? So knowing that one of the things that you find one of the things that would be most compelling about it is like, hey, they didn't do it. We had to do it. We had to bring him here. Is that counteracted by however it is that the prosecution can infer to the jury that, well, like, for example, if they ask the question of him every single time, lead investigator always testifies, then Brennan gets to ask, well, have you seen many situations where the lead investigator was fired for this or that? Do you know whether that person's ever called? You know what I mean?
Well, I think that, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I think that's part of the equation, though. I think that
that's problematic.
Short of being able to get the information that Proctor has been terminated, where it's not reading through the tea leaves, where they're just calling him Michael Proctor or former trooper, like where it's flat out said that he was terminated, and he was terminated because of his actions in this case. If there's another way you can get that in, fine. I think it's more effective having his ass on the stand answering the question as to why he was terminated. But here's the other X factor. Now, on the front end, and the way that the defense has to do this, we know that there was a vast difference in terms of David Yannetti's opening, when his first words were, Karen Reed was framed. We knew that they were going to be leaning in to the third-party culprit heavy. What we're seeing here is what Canoni had ruled, which was that they had to be able to develop enough evidence through the Commonwealth's case in chief in order to establish the ability for them to be able to go on in their case in chief and bring up that third-party culprit stuff. So we're seeing them lead into the Bowden defense heavily, which is, this was a shit investigation. This investigation was a joke. All right. So you cannot trust it because it was so bad. You cannot trust this investigation. So here's where my other Proctor X factor comes in. I think it depends on how much they think they're going to be able to get into the third party culprit stuff. If they decide to kind of take a step back from the third party culprit as to what may have happened in that house and just kind of lean into it like I think that they should, which is very lightly.
They're not leaning into it lightly, babe. You see,
But you're acting as how are they getting it in right now? You know what her ruling is. You know what her ruling is. The third party culprit is not in. They have to be able to develop the nexus in the Commonwealth's case in chief in order for them to be able to bring it. They did not get the gift of Lally putting all those witnesses on the stand. Lally took that entire issue for them out of the mix when he decided to put all of those witnesses on the stand in his pre-Buttle case. Like he picked the fight. Lally picked the fight about those third-party culprit stuff, so they didn't have to contend with Cannoni's ruling about the third-party culprit stuff. Like he fronted it on the front end. So what have you seen thus far in the world? If you're Judge Cannoni, what have you seen thus far that has crossed that threshold, that has allowed them to be able to bring it up in their case in chief?
Well, yeah, if they don't call Higgins and
They're not calling if
Albert, they don't get in that fighting. Not that fighting, but there was like some other fight where someone pulled someone off someone or didn't. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not talking about the fake fighting in the bar, but there was like some other issue with Higgins or Brian Albert.
I don't know.
That they stuck up for each other or covered for one another about something years ago.
If we're to believe Aiden, and I have no reason not to, because he's been spot on with every single, like we know he talks. So he talks to Karen. So the word on the street, no Higgins, no Albert. We know Colin's not getting called. Everybody, aside from who was called, which was Jen McCabe. So Hank is running this case. He's not getting into any of the shit in the house. The only reason that Jen McCabe was called was to get in the I hit him shit, and that she was out searching for John. And, we stopped the car. Immediately we drove past 34 Fairview because, somehow magically Karen knew exactly where John was, all that shit. So we're not getting in. Hank's not stupid. Hank understands.
No, they put in who was sitting where and who was in the house. He never came in the house. They did that with a couple of people, where you were sitting, who you were talking to.
Yeah, but that's not crossing the threshold. That's not enough.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Well, just to circle back, Lace says that the feds did the extraction. That actually seems right to me now. So I don't know that they are going to have a way to get in those text messages without calling Proctor anyway.
All right, so. But that's my point. My point here is if they do not feel that strongly that they're going to be able to get into the third party culprit stuff the way that they would like to, and you're having to lean almost exclusively into Bowden, and I mean, that's got to factor in terms, because just understand, once Proctor gets up there, and I posted, it's a civil rule of evidence, but they apply it in the criminal cases. I posted on X yesterday. It's civil rule of evidence 43B deals with how to deal with a hostile witness. So clearly, if they put them on, and again, as Allie explained to you all, the difference between a direct and a cross is the ability to ask leading questions. So when you have somebody that you're calling in your case in chief, that would by default be a direct examination, whereby you're not allowed, even though we've seen Hank do an awful lot of it, you're not allowed to lead your witnesses. They have the ability, because he is an adverse witness, he is a hostile witness, by operation of his former title of being the lead investigator.
Right, but he would have to, on the stand, not answer the questions to be deemed. I mean, I haven't looked at the rule that you put up, but my recollection is that he has to actually, on the stand, not answer the questions.
Here, I'm going to read it to you real quick. It's short. It's a short rule, and it's worth
Sharon Lay Berthan says, this situation reminds me of the OJ trial when Cochran told the prosecutor that if they didn't ask Simpson to put on the glove, the defense would ask him to do it. That would have looked way worse. I appreciate your comment, but in my mind, and maybe you've got a different mind, babe, I thought it looked a lot worse that the prosecution asked him put on that glove.
If you were to ask the guy who asked him, which was Christopher Darden, that decision, Sharon, haunts him to this day. Like they have, I mean, that was born out of that decision was, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit shit. Like all
right, but what she's saying is that the defense had said if they don't do it, we're going to do it.
I get it. But what she's also saying is that would have looked way worse.
Right.
What I'm saying is I disagree. I
Right,
think
me
if you
too.
were to ask the guy who put that into evidence, he would disagree. He would say, "No, I should have let those
Let
fucking
the
people
defense
do it."
do it because then it
Just
seems like it was a whole ploy of the defense. Like
Right.
they wouldn't have asked him if they knew, they knew damn well he's going to do something. So to me, but it does, your analogy still is still,
It's a great analogy
Right.
because it's a completely on point analogy, and it's a perfect analogy, like actually, because it is that type of situation. So I just think that the weight of them not calling him forces the defense to have to call him.
Well, especially if they can't get those texts in any other way.
Now that's where it becomes an issue. Now, hold on, I was trying to find that text. So from Brennan's perspective, this is my next question to you. Do you see or can you think of any advantage for Brennan being able to cross Michael Proctor?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, tell me what some of those things are. Why?
All right, while you're looking for the adverse witness thing. And I wish there was also a way to be like, if they make me call their witness, that it's like a opposite of an adverse witness rule. Like that's really your guy rule that makes them have to do direct, because obviously it is sort of, if Proctor has to be heard from, it's somewhat of a gift to Brennan to be able to cross-examine him. He can say whatever he wants, and then there's no way that
it's
Proctor's not
huge.
saying
Like
yes.
because
Like whatever he
Proctor
wants.
say, he's like you didn't plant any of that taillight evidence, did you? Isn't that correct? I mean, he can ask questions where he's leading.
Right. Even something like, the only reason you said that was because, like, give a full reason for what the text means that maybe it didn't mean. Like, he can come up with his own interpretation. He could have been sitting around coming up with alternate interpretations that Proctor might not have thought of himself, and be like, that could have meant that, right? That you were talking about this, right? So that there's obviously
right. I mean, he can lead them. Like, I mean, like you can. It's like you're creating the story when you're leading, and you're just asking him if that's correct. And the $1 million question goes into exactly what 1 and 4560 just asked. What is Proctor's mindset? Is Proctor like, fuck y'all? Fuck y'all. You made me the fall guy for your bullshit. Is he going to get up on this? First of all, to answer your question, all of our heads would explode, and it would be unbelievable. It would be the greatest thing I ever saw.
But when you say flips, if he says we planted that evidence and I knew, well, now I don't know if there's a whistleblower thing that would prevent
There's
him.
no way they're charging him.
Well, I'm just saying, in theory, he's opening himself up to A, perjury charges, and B, corruption charges, and C.
The public would be so behind him if he flipped.
I understand. I'm just saying
that they never convict him. Like, if he flipped and said, "Why are you rolling your eyes?"
Well, the public being behind somebody doesn't mean a shit.
In that fucking town?
Does it right now?
What do you mean?
Most of the public is behind Karen
They're all
Reed.
sticking to their story. We're talking about this guy. If he says, "Yeah, I dropped the fucking taillight in the yard,"
He's going to jail.
No, he's
That's
not.
what's
I'll bet
happening.
you. There's not only is he not going to jail, I bet you he doesn't get charged.
I would say that's
Yeah, fucking I'm telling you, they won't charge him.
The judges would have a fit. This guy got in my court of law and lied the trial before.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
And he was under immense pressure. He was under immense political job, all the pressure in the world.
Well, if he testifies, he was forced to by somebody on the higher up. Then
you know what happens if that happens? The investigation into what went into that house gets way, way deeper.
All right, so you were supposed to be reading us.
The dominoes that would fall would be unbelievable. All right, so it would be an amazing thing to see, and
we're going to come back to it.
Would unfold, huh?
We're going to come back to it. Read the adverse witness rule.
I am. Okay, so like I said, it's the civil rules of evidence, Massachusetts civil rules of evidence, and it's 43 subsection B. So scope and examination of cross-examination. A party may interrogate any unwilling or hostile witness by leading questions. A party may call an adverse party or an officer, director, or managing agent of a public or private corporation or of a partnership or association, which is an adverse party, and interrogate him by leading questions and contradict and impeach him in all respects as if he had been called by the adverse party, except by evidence of bad character. And the witness thus called may be contradicted and impeached by or on behalf of the adverse party also, and may be cross-examined by the adverse party only upon the subject matter of his examination in chief. Any other witness may be cross-examined without regard to the scope of his testimony on direct, subject only to the trial judge's sound discretion.
Well, that doesn't make it seem like it's tied to how they answer the questions.
Right. It makes it sound like
it's tied to whether they're adverse on its face.
Well, and so they list an officer.
Yeah, but they're talking about of a corporation, but I think that would apply,
Well, I mean, we know that it applies to criminal. So, I mean, just plug in cop for right. Adverse witness.
There's not a separate rule. That one specifically applies to criminal. You've seen it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, then that would be interesting. So if you take 1 in 4,560 deleted, and you don't go as far as flipping, like I planted the evidence, but sort of like Bob was kind of getting at, he's not going to just say everything Brennan says. He's going to give a little pushback. He's going to, he's not going to just gift them what they want. Then that would also be, an interesting scenario. And that's in my estimation, the only possible outcome that you could have. I can't imagine any world where he says he planted the evidence, but wouldn't I love to be surprised, but if he is like, screw you guys, now you're trying to put this all on me, he might not just say yes to anything that Brennan asks, but I think I'd venture to guess that they have gotten a temperature from this guy already.
How? What makes you think that?
That someone who's still a friend of his.
If you're Michael Proctor, I'm pretty sure you're telling all those guys to go fuck themselves. That's where I'm at.
This is our not just facts segment.
His entire career was flame thrown on this case.
Right.
I mean, like he's salty as hell. He's salty as hell.
Oh, 1 in 400, whatever. The deleted text guy asked it again. I had your non-super sticker starred ready to go. But thank you for your generosity.
So Liz had asked, I'm pretty sure the feds did the extraction. They did. They 100% did the
right. So that's going to me because I was earlier saying they could call the person who did the extraction and get the text in without the guy testifying. So everybody's reminding me, which I had forgotten, that it was the feds.
Yeah, the only person in that house that can.
Oh, that's for Higgins. That's for Higgins. I was talking about
Jen?
No, Proctor's text. The text.
All of that was through the FBI shit. The only person who turned over her phone was Jen McCabe.
Right. But yes, I do know that Higgins went to a federal building and had like a friend extract just a select portion, blah, 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 blah.
And later there was a ruling where the defense was able to get some of Brian Albert and maybe Brian Higgins' text.
Hit the play button. Is this playing? See, this is why we need OnlyFans. So I know that Bob is actually live.
We're live.
Okay.
It's
all right.
playing.
Okay.
But there was a ruling where they were able to get a very limited amount of, I think, Brian Albert, and let me know, Chad, and I think maybe Higgins text messages. I know they were able to get like a day of Brian Albert's, but a vast majority of all this came in through the feds.
All right. Milo's mom, is this some sort of like rumor on rumor? Or so Milo's mom says Proctor won't flip. I think I hear both two key words here. He now works for Brian Albert. So I'd like to know where you think you might have heard that from. If anyone else has heard anything like that, because that would be crazy. I mean, talk about that would be right there would be reason alone to call Proctor. I mean, he's being kept in the circle because now he's employed by Brian Albert. What's he flipping pizzas?
No, he's making mediocre chicken parms. That's what he's doing.
Somebody said lawn care. I don't know. I am looking
is back.
if I remember correctly.
Oh shit! Allie's gonna.
Bob, I just said you were live.
It said it. Why I said I was live.
Thank you, chat. Now hit play so I see it spinning.
All right, there we go. Now we're live.
My goodness.
Oh.
All right. Milo's mom's going to try to figure out where. All right. Well, Mary Lewis says Proctor and Albert working for the same private investigator. I hear he's a private investigating company. I heard that Proctor is working with Amber C. I've heard that Proctor is working with a private PI firm with close connections to Albert. I don't recall the gentleman's name, but it'll come to me. All right, Mama Bug.
Oh, Chris Alberts. Yeah, he's a pizza guy.
Marty Kraft, former Boston PD PI firm. I mean,
Yep. So the other word on the street is that the Commonwealth is pretty close to resting. I mean, we know they have Welcher, and we know that they're going to call some forensic pathologist up there. Like that cross of that forensic pathologist is going to be great, because like that's where they're going to get into. Because like I've always told people, especially in the podcast, when we're talking about, there's always a cop in during an autopsy, especially if they think that there's been foul play. And they will, and they're saying, oh, yeah, we give the forensic pathologist, some factual background. I mean, you cannot separate if they've formed an opinion on a case and they're giving factual background. That's always going to be through the lens of, yeah, we think that this person, this is what we think what happened. All right, we're coming back.
Wait, but to your point, babe, if they don't call their ME,
I don't think they're calling Scorty Bello.
Well, then that's going to be a huge thing if the defense has to call him. That's that whole thing you were just saying. You always call the medical examiner.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Always call the medical examiner.
The Commonwealth is like, you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to look at this case just like so in order to reach a conclusion that Karen Reed's guilty.
God, and there was
can't look at it any other way. If I tilt it like this, you're fucked. If you keep it right here, Look at it, just like this.
There was something
It's
else. that
not
I
how
was
we.
gonna-
It's not how we conduct justice in this country. It's
There's-
just not.
Another big point. Oh, see, this is why I need to say things like when I think of them and not wait because I forget them. But what has been just eating at me since the day that like fresh-faced cop testified, he was also a state trooper. You guys know who I mean, the young guy, the newbie.
Keith.
All right, it's just been eating at me that did the defense, and I'm convinced in my mind they did miss an opportunity to show that guy did not do the interview that Proctor wrote he was there for, and that Proctor was just sticking people in as someone else being present. Like, I'm still convinced he did not do that interview with Proctor. And those of you who might not remember, there was a
Whoa. See that?
yeah,
Zoom
somebody
in.
like
Unmuted.
Oh, good. All right, hold on. I'm gonna turn the air on.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
I hope he read those things over the past half hour.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Do you see a word on that piece of paper?
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Is it 114?
What is going on? Pull
Your
on
Honor, may
that.
I, with the court's permission,
that
put a
color.
side by side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114.
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
So basically, we need to lay some more foundation. That was
In
code.
your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Man, I need those trial juror updates. Somebody tell me what's going on. KKB, where you
May I
at?
inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, my stomach hurts. I think I'm hungry.
May I approach?
Yes. I see it now.
Of course.
Damn it.
Thank you.
Thanks, KKB.
Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
Higgins text messages?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Wait, they're going to let him read them? Start blinking, looking up. See, you can't blink your way out of this.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
I would have thought that they would have given him this on the break so he could have read it. What I can't tell is Alan Jackson saying, I want you to review that here and now, or is he saying, I want you to read it into the record? But I got the sense that he wanted him to read it.
Yeah, I
i.e.
wanted
review
him
it.
to review it. Yeah,
Right.
That's the sense I got. Yeah, I mean, the other option is just read the text.
But like we said, we'll have to see how they come back. It's an unusual circumstance because he didn't do the extraction. But
Right.
like I said, he was given them by a law enforcement officer hand to hand. So should that not be the same as reading text messages that are extracted? But
I don't know.
I don't know how it's the only reason I think it's relevant at this point, and when I say relevant at this point, I mean based on the state's case in chief, the Commonwealth's case in chief, they haven't called Higgins, so his credibility is not at issue. Is the credibility of this witness, although, right? So the defense would have to get this out on their case in chief as far as developing their third party culprit stuff. That I do think it's smart that they didn't call Higgins, I guess, because it's so much easier to cross. I just think that's bullshit. They don't call a witness a necessary witness, and then they get to cross them. I feel like there should be a loophole, but I feel like I've looked for that before and I couldn't find it. But I don't know. Research the issue a little bit, but
I mean, the question becomes, is he a necessary witness? I mean, he's not a necessary witness for the Commonwealth.
no, but Proctor is. No, Higgins, you're right, is not. But Miyabita, like I'm just sort of thinking out loud now, but Bob's right. Higgins is not a necessary witness as far as the Commonwealth's case in chief.
I'm trying to look up whether or not if collective knowledge doctrine would apply in terms of, but in terms of
Like, but collective knowledge of who? They didn't, his department, his team, no one associated with this case collected that evidence. Higgins gave it to them.
Right.
But yeah, if it had been someone else in the Massachusetts State Police, then I think the collective knowledge doctrine. I mean, that's how the case agent, the lead investigator, gets to testify about everything everybody did.
So what was Higgins? He definitely had some entanglements. He was a Fed and
yeah, but I don't think he was involved in the actual. I could be wrong, but I don't think he was involved.
I don't think he was either
in the actual investigation of this case. So that's Andrea Dawn. If the Commonwealth doesn't call Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, etc., do they get to cross as hostile witness and lead? So that's exactly what we're talking about right now. It's like there should be some sort of reverse adversary witness rule that if you don't call, if the moving party doesn't call what would be their witness or somebody who's not adversarial to them, they shouldn't be allowed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that the workaround is that you've got to put it on the judge and say, look, by their very nature, they're adversarial witnesses. Just because we have to call them.
Right. No, that I get. But we're talking about now the Commonwealth does, as Andrea's question asked, the answer is yes. They get to cross-examine Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and Proctor and the ME if they don't call
I'm talking about the defense in terms of getting some kind of ruling from Canoni that they can treat those witnesses adverse from the get.
Right, that I get, but I'm talking about this extreme benefit you spoke of earlier to the Commonwealth to not call them so that they get to cross-examine them, put words in their mouth.
Yeah.
And just say whatever the hell they want to say, because they're going to say yes to whatever the Commonwealth says, unless as to Proctor, he is, salty. Then maybe he's not going to just yes them. But otherwise,
So Hank's not going to put on any pathologist? Wow. Because what I've heard is, I don't know if Scorty Bellow's on the list. I think she is, but I've heard they're not calling her. It would be insane.
Right. Because then you don't have the excuse of, we're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes, jurors. It's just that this person's fired and disgraced. Because that's not the case with the medical examiner. Nope.
These long ass breaks are killing me.
Yeah.
Just came out of a 30-minute break.
You're not going to make blooping arrive. I know you want it to.
Oh, I wish we had bloops. I wish we had bloops. Bloops are life. Bloops are life.
Gosh, I'm a little chilly. And I ruined my tea. I left a tea bag in the cup.
Ooh, got bitter?
Yeah, of course. It's been in there like an hour.
Did you look like Buhkenik there? Did you get bitter beer face?
Terry has confirmed that Aiden said he, being Proctor, is a PI with Albert. Come on, Kraken. Babe, I'm kind of hungry.
I'm starving. And the bananas I got yesterday are not ripe yet. Still a little green. I don't like green bananas.
Meg says there's a link for you, Allie and Bob, above.
Oh, just on is that the Turtle Boy?
We can't click on links from, I can't even copy and paste them. But Bob could, I guess, go on to YouTube and
I find Turtle Boy's website where he's got the Gazette on there a nightmare. There's so many ads. It's like the most annoying the most annoying website on the planet, short of there's one that always sucks me in with their headlines, and all it is, like the whole time on my phone, is trying to navigate around the ads that are constantly popping. That's awful. His is pretty close to that. I try to stick to his Twitter.
That might have been to his Twitter.
I don't think so.
Yeah, x.com is the key that tells you it is.
Oh, I saw the. Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Turtle Boy Daily status. Is that different than Aiden's Dr. Turtle Boy?
All right, I'm gonna go get better tasting tea that I didn't destroy.
All right, Godspeed.
You talk to the people. I'll wait till you look up. Keep the people engaged.
Keep the people engaged. So, yeah, I mean, from the looks of this, I would not be shocked if Buhkenik goes deep into the afternoon. Depending on what Canoni allows to come in here. I mean, they're clearly trying to get the. Hold on, let me let my dog in.
Wait, what just happened? I'll come back because I see that my man has disappeared.
The guy's being very indecisive. He's, in and out.
I'm leaving now.
Constant scratching. So yeah, I depending on what Canoni allows them to get into here, but Hank may not touch it with a 1,000-foot pole. You know what I mean? I mean, he may not touch it at all in terms of if he's going to allow, or if Canoni's going to allow Jackson to get into the whole Higgins thing here. And like try to think about, like when you sit here with us, and I repeat it and it bears repeating, I always want you to think about not what you think about this case, but you need to be thinking about it in terms of how it's impacting the jury, because that's who matters here. We don't matter. Allie and I don't matter. Our opinion doesn't matter. Your guys' personal opinions don't matter in terms of the outcome of this case. So you should always be trying to look at this case. Is the jury going to be able to connect the dots? Or is this just a bunch of shit that's coming in where even if they have a knowledge base, and when we had Bettero on, all of us agreed that there's not a chance in hell that any of these particular jurors have not heard of this case. The question is, how much do they know, right? It's such a small town. This has been such a high-profile case in that area. It's like, I'm sure if we've got people from the area in the chat, they'll attest. You cannot go it's not just the news and the media. It's like everybody in town. Like you go out to eat, everybody's talking about this case. It's like, and I think let's be clear. Like we're not talking about it like it's not the size of a postage stamp. I think it's like Canton's got like 60,000 people. So that's like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. It's probably like a Chicago suburb that's got about 60,000 people. There's probably a bunch of them. Like I grew up in Oak Park, which is 100,000. And there were certainly a ton of people I didn't know, but I mean, it was small enough to where if some major case broke there, it would be the top. But you got to think.
Right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that messages on that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
150.
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now,
They're getting in.
if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation.
All right, so
Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
pause it real quick.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to.
So I think with that instruction that she's allowing it in for the reasons we said before to show that this witness just lied to you.
And it's also coming in to show that
they had it.
The context of their investigation included this potential relationship between Higgins and Karen Reed.
Right. So for why they didn't follow up on leads, investigate that angle, go inside the house.
Because like my whole thing is like when I heard these texts in trial one, I'm like, okay, that's why John went in hot.
Yep.
You know, so I mean, and like, how do you not investigate that angle? Got a drunk Boston cop, an Irishman.
So you're right. That's why it's all getting in more than what I even said, for sure.
All right.
Let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
All right, you can bloop.
Of course. Buhkenik, do you? Thank you.
Really worth the blooping.
Sergeant Buhkenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does
that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver and appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response.
You're supposed to be saying
and
who
that
said
is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue? Sure.
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
She wants us to go faster.
God damn it.
Why aren't they putting them up? That's what I don't get. They weren't ready with that.
I don't think Mr. Wolf was ready to fix her.
So they didn't anticipate
We're looping too.
Of course. They didn't anticipate the ability to cross him on this.
Yeah.
He must have opened the door with that must be the other side of this, that he did just mislead the jury.
Oh, okay. So good. We got a couple more Venmos. Elizabeth M said, thanks for saying all the things I'm thinking, Allie. Thank you. That was
Well,
nice.
you're welcome.
Venmo. Dawn H, thank you for streaming this. You and Allie are so cute together and knowledgeable. I have fun watching. Aw.
Aw.
You.
Love you, babe.
Thank you. I love you too, baby. Crystal A paid us $25. Not all the text came in.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buhkenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
Or they could also just say Karen responded.
Blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Mr. Text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
And jurors, you got to ask them.
Thank you, Crystal.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha.
He does a pretty
So
good.
no dice on the Smirnoff?
Ah.
I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. Psst. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I did know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, aka Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so...
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. He's a better text message reader than he is a cop.
I'm not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out.
Yeah, this definitely qualifies as like initial flirtations. Like Karen sent out that first thing about the fucking whatever the Smirnoff, the ice shit. That was just kind of like, oh, I'm going to get the conversation going. And now they're tiptoeing around what's going on. It's a man and a woman communicating. One of them's in a relationship. It's definitely flirtation. And it picks up speed.
With W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point.
Exactly.
Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha.
All right, y'all, it's flirtation that hasn't turned into flirtation yet. Like it's their first communications, right? You're not going to just jump in. These are grown adults. These aren't 20-year-olds. You know, they're not like I mean, they're beating around the bush, but they both know in their minds what's going on. At least that's how I read them.
Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th.
There you go.
Tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
yes, sir.
Date within.
Where the
yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass.
Ass.
OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts.
Right? Now the whole world knows Bob.
Foul ball.
That smells like ass.
You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot.
Oh, there
Are
it
you
is.
serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious.
It is.
Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you had?
It's now shifted from pre-overt flirtation to just straight up flirtation.
How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto.
Now, as this progresses, I'm not going to make this a long pause, but I'm going to put a poll in the chat. And I thought about this a lot during the first trial, and I think all these did come in. I remember this entire back and forth, all this banter. If you're Hank Brennan, do you hate these coming in? Because now we've got poor John O'Keefe, dead Boston cop, and we've got Karen, who's sitting in the courtroom, who is now actively trying to cheat on John. I don't know how this plays. I didn't know how it played before, and I don't know how it's going to play now with the people that matter, the jury.
And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh?
Flip.
I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot.
Yeah, there's no question. This is post Aruber, right? So this is post Sullivan's sister, whatever Karen thinks happened or did happen, whatever the case may be. That's definitely a play. But again, we're talking about the jury, not all of us, what we all know. Think about this case as if you were a juror. Okay, not that you've been combing through everything that's been going on in this case for 2.5 years. All right, forget about that shit. For the purposes of this poll, we've now had all these Karen Reed clips come in, which we all agree do not put her in the best light. Now you've got this series of text messages without any background of Aruber at all. And you've got her now. She's the first one who sent the first text. She's the first one who said you're hot. Do you think it helps? I don't know that it helps. I'm trying to figure out from the defense perspective, other than trying to maybe hook some kind of motive on Higgins in terms of if he went in that house. Like, that's the only thing that you can kind of argue, right? I mean, there's no other reason why this shit should be coming in. because it does not help her. It does not make her look good. I remember my skin crawling for her the first time they were read in the first trial, because everyone's like, lasers. So let me know on the poll. I want you guys to answer the poll.
Always have thought that, just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside, low comps. Knock it off, you're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this.
I don't know if it's helping.
I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. All
right, this is it. I know we're interrupting, but we've seen these before, and I won't be long. But I'm seeing some amazing things and I love all the responses. As far as Steph, that's how they got in. I don't necessarily think it's really going to Bowden. I don't think that that's the motive for the defense to get these in. We're all mad here. Tell me why. Why don't you think it hurts her? And from A to B, no way did these texts jump to Karen being a murder. Agreed. They don't do anything to push that needle at all. What I'm trying to tell y'all, and I'm basing it on 20 plus years of trying cases, if Karen's not taking the stand, which no defense attorney ever wants their client to take the stand, ever. We just don't. If this is a close case, and murder's out, like they're never getting the murder. So forget about the murder charge. Like they're never getting her on murder too, ever. So if it's a close case, y'all, meaning that the jury's kind of back there, they're like, God, I don't know, like I hear what the defense was saying, but like, the evidence is kind of swaying me to maybe thinking that she hit him. If it's close, this kind of shit sticks with the jury. It's why I was telling you, one of the reasons we don't call, we've had clients that we had to have testify in a consent case where we had to put him on. The jurors fucking hated him. Hated him. They hated his demeanor. They hated the way that he was talking about this other woman that was involved in the periphery. He was convicted because they hated him. Not because of we are human beings. The jurors are human beings. We run on emotion. I understand more than anybody that they're read instructions to look, you can't bring your emotions into that shit. It doesn't work. We're all human beings. We all develop feelings for people. And we form opinions about people. And ultimately, that kind of shit can come home to roost in that deliberation room. That I'm just putting that out there, food for thought for y'all. Take it or leave it.
Wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha, I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
I think I saw all these last time. Did you guys see all these last time?
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more.
Anybody who has to say they're a ton of fun is not a ton of fun.
Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun.
Bears repeating.
So am I.
Funny is.
I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details.
Fun battle.
I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh God. What now? Why oh God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay Locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me?
I think you're a jerk off.
What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into...
Any guy who uses the phrase, don't get your thong in a twist, you need to run from full speed, head down, never look back, because that guy's a fucking tool. Life rule.
That statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids.
Tricks are for kids.
I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh.
Fresh.
So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa.
Whoa.
Just
nice.
working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield?
What's up, playa?
Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment.
Buhkenik, huh?
I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike.
100%.
Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married.
Well,
The
sometimes
PT
he really enunciates.
of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts?
Ooh.
Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where are you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle.
Ooh.
Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay.
Not for a bit. Probably not.
At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah.
Cool.
We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off.
Balls.
Are you going to give me the address?
Balls.
Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right. It repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah, then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes?
No, that's
You?
I'm home
What?
alive. I made it.
You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know.
Always.
No problems.
Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend.
Oh, was that the finger or a waving guy?
Have not heard from you. Haha. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well.
No.
Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Lunch. Now we can take lunch.
Ushers, we're right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Did you ask people what they want to do during lunch?
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please.
Right.
Goodbye.
Straight fitty across the board.
Balls in your court. Both of them.
So I think some of the better responses in terms of why the defense might have had a motivation to throw these up there, because I don't know if you were listening, Babe, or not, but
I mean, they still want to show that Higgins beat up John because he wanted his girl.
or I thought the more compelling argument that some of the chatters made was that even though you don't have to prove motive, it's not something you have to prove in any case, that in terms of Karen's motive, that these are exculpatory in that she clearly could have gotten with another guy. She wasn't this jealous woman.
For sure. She's
I can see
independent.
you didn't have to go through all of those for that. You can cherry pick text. They do it all the time in cases. You know, to go through all of that, that's what kind of, and I knew they were going to go through.
I think it does all those things. I think it's for all those reasons, for all the things.
You don't have to go through them all, because what I was trying to explain, I don't know if you heard, in a close case where you have a jury that's maybe fence sitting a bit, and you have now the video clips that they're putting out there without any context, and now you add in this shit with her flirting with this guy. I mean, she ended up at his house that one night, right?
I mean, that one that definitely, you know, I'm here parking. I thought that was him to her house, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, it was her to him.
Her to him. Okay. And then she's saying I got home alive. So that's got to be when she left his house to go back home.
Right. So, you know, I mean, take from that what you will, but in a close case, if you're the defense, you do not want to give the jury any reason additional to the fact that they're already thinking that you might have done something wrong or probably did do something wrong just by way of you sitting in that chair as a defendant, to push them over to the other side. That's my whole point with it.
I just don't think it hurts her. I don't think that could be, that you could go from that to think This is a woman that wanted him dead.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
I know, but it shows that she still did think that he cheated on her in Aruba, which wasn't made a big deal at this trial.
Me, this case lives in manslaughter world, right? Like, like that's the only possibility that the jury, like, no jury is ever going to think that she plowed John down purposely. Like, no, like I just, maybe that's just me. So to me, I would be thinking, and this is what I'd be saying to you in this case, like they're never going after her. They're never going to convict her on murder too. So let's talk about manslaughter.
All right, he's getting back in the chair.
All right.
What? Why?
No, that was the bailiff.
Oh. Yeah, no, we're
no. They just Oh, you're saying that was them leaving without her telling the jury goodbye?
Yeah, she said goodbye. So we're gonna go take lunch. This is where we're right at 1 o'clock, right on the head. We're gonna do our lunch.
I missed it while we were talking, I guess.
So my whole point is, if we're living in manslaughter world, that's, and it's a close case. I can see it hurting.
Hurting how?
It's like she's faithful to the poor dead guy.
But manslaughter's what? Before he was dead?
Quit thinking about the facts of the case in that sense. I'm talking about if they're on the fence.
I disagree.
Real human beings. You're acting like it's in a
for
vacuum.
Murder, maybe, but for manslaughter, how? If it was an accident, how?
Because people find people guilty all the time when they hate the person.
He goes like this.
When they hate the person, it's true. I don't know why you're acting. That's my point. That's my entire point. That if it's a close case, are you not hearing that part where I'm saying if they're on the fence, if they're back there deliberating and they're like, she's, I don't know. I just don't see how it helps him all that much.
All right. You're the one that gave, like, after hearing those, gave a reason why somebody went in hot, or
but that's a different thing. That's a different thing. That's the
part of the defense named Higgins as their third party culprit, dude.
I guess. I mean,
they're not stepping away from that. I don't care what you say. They're not. I know.
Yeah, but manslaughter doesn't mean that she intentionally tried to hurt John.
Murder does.
I'm not talking about murder. Murder's ridiculous. They should never even charged it. It's absurd in this case.
All right, what do people want to watch during lunch?
All right, what do you guys want to watch? I guess we'll find out when the jury deliberates. That's when we'll find out. You think that's motive, that Higgins wanted to kill John?
Yeah, you did too.
No. That was my motive for John being pissed off and going into that house hot.
It's a motive to fight. It's a motive to fight, not a motive to premeditated murder, but a motive for a fight amongst men. And that.
Milo's mom says there's some kind of video out there that there was some kind of near fracas with John and Higgins at the bar that I've never seen or heard of.
I think they're talking about that play fighting thing, and then something by the door when they're leaving.
That's not what Milo's mom is talking about.
Is it the thing by the door?
That wasn't even between John and Higgins. That was between.
Is it the thing by the door when they're leaving, or like grabs his arm back or something?
I don't know. I mean, this is entirely the point. It's the only.
It does make her more unlikable.
That's my entire point.
Well,
I thought I made that abundantly clear, but apparently, like, you guys are busy chatting and maybe only half listening.
I'm listening.
She's always right, but I'm right a lot too. And in terms of likability,
find out what people want to watch.
Doesn't help Karen.
Okay, find out what we want to watch
in combination with the clips. So, why don't we just throw up? You guys want to throw up Buhkenik's?
No, he hasn't been crossed yet. Do they want to watch his cross before he's crossed? Maybe. I don't know. Have we been doing that?
He's being crossed right now.
I know, but his cross isn't done.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. Play. Yeah. Higgins 1.0, please. All right. Do it.
That's what I'll do.
All right, see y'all in 40 minutes.
C is.
Don't forget to put up the tickler, the flashback.
You can do it while I'm doing this. It's right in the. It's in the media assets. Oh no, banners. The lunch one. She already dipped. She gone. She gone. All right, so let's see. Yuri Bukhenik. Well, we'll do the cross.
Is that how his name's spelled?
Who?
Look on the tickler. I doubt it.
Yes, it is. Good job. You
Ooh,
did.
hey.
You
All
did
right.
it. It's hard when it's the guy in the stand. You got to really dig deep, way down there. Even when I put the year in, go with shit from 11 months ago. Oh, there's Trooper Paul. I think I already played him. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that wasn't much. Where is this hard on? Okay. All right. Found it. He didn't come on until day 21, first trial. Crank it up.
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what if
Skip Lally?
February 18th.
were there items recovered on February?
Still Lally.
Does this refresh your?
Okay.
By the police, the defendant's physical and.
They can provide you with.
Okay.
The jury. Made.
Ring video.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put it at 1.25. Enjoy. And
My apologies, Ron.
That's okay.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Buhkenik, I want to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally. That's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John O'Keefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Buhkenik, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on. Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with video recordings for all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Take a look, Sergeant, at that paragraph with my fingers on it. It's about the 3rd paragraph down the middle of the page, and review that to yourself and let me know when you're finished. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the 3 items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I'm not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not. Sergeant Buhkenik.
Sergeant Buhkenik.
How do I say it?
Buhkenik.
I'll give that a shot.
It's fine.
Buhkenik?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
If I screw it up again, please. On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was, in fact, a sworn Boston police officer?
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I think it was during that day or the following day?
It was most likely that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay. Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation until there was a need for the investigation, right? And that's all I'm getting to. I mean, once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know them.
Sergeant, you hadn't even met my client at that point. You hadn't interviewed a single witness by 10:41 in the morning, correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say witness, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person at 34 Fairview or associated civilians associated with this incident, correct?
At that point, no civilians have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at this document, and if you wouldn't mind, pay special attention to the second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time.
That is not true.
What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuri Bukhenkis called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever contact anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so when I was asking you if you ever sent it to Good Sam, and you said, no, that's not true, that's never happened, you were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not at Good Sam.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in fact, at 10:41 a.m., indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility. You indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
And prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right? Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours?
That's correct.
Or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a compound question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well, I'll ask the question. If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge, nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not know.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone in the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags?
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, the lead, he would have bagged those items up, been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach the course, right? Just a couple minutes.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. This is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second, but just for familiarity's sake, do you recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday?
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has a 438 on it. May I approach it briefly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about flooding up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that, 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437, okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting processing, yes.
But you didn't personally do that?
No, I did not, no.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, was it marked as exhibit 430, help me? 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of handwriting on it, yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I guess, correct?
Not 1,000 times, but
Does it look like his writing?
it says Trooper Proctor on it, but other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
All right. It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that item or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129
Right.
at 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, yes.
That was, you just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag in handwriting?
I'm sorry, can you be specific as to description of what, or
Where it says description of items.
description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says 1 orange t-shirt, 1 gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay. So may I approach you on that?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less sprinkled?
Number 437.
Yes, if you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay. May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange t-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one the bag Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, a white tag that's on that bag indicates that indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up. I'm
sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
My fault. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag.
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right. And that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that it's moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, is Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about the physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I can write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes.
Or at least it should be, correct?
It's documented
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is there, Sergeant?
I do not know.
I want to talk a little bit about some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 dates. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Poster photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items. No.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes.
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of glass.
Yes.
And stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak to a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence, store evidence, write search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches? They could do all that and not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally Port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family, on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found? That was the conflict, right?
I knew that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing, from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wordy. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence.
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
You certainly knew, as a supervisor over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses, on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believe at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
Treat it as important, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area.
Okay, what does area mean?
It's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, if we do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass. So it's the.
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Yes?
That's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow.
All right. Well, he seems to have been just the same kind of asshole the first time around, from what I saw. I am watching. Look at Bob. He's like, oh, I thought he was barking at me, telling me to watch. No, he's letting you guys know I am watching. Yes, I am watching the fan spin. I am. Don't y'all worry about that. I don't know if you guys wanted me to put that other back up, but I mean, it's about to end anyway. It's about to end. So, anyone learn anything different than what he said first time? Here, let me take that. Dahlia's keeping a close eye on it. Yes, I am. Yeah, we do not believe Hank is calling a lot of people. Oh. I'm just looking through you guys' notes. Yeah, the chief is just making a leisurely drive past the house in the rain and noting a piece of plastic in the yard. In the yard that has almost no snow. There was very little snow. However, Trooper Proctor found 2 of the hugest pieces of plastic the next day, February 11th. And then I think it was like another 9 days later was the 18th, another date. It was kind of crazy. Kind of crazy how Proctor was the only one that could find that. What I didn't remember hearing when we had our little snow granddaddy up there, oh, and maybe the defense asked, and he's like, "Oh, I can't tell you because I didn't look at that." Um, and yeah, we're looking at a live spin of the fan. Yep. We are still on lunch. Or the court is still on lunch. It's so weird. Do you guys see on your screen? Now, of course, it went away. Oh. Like the captioning's coming up on my screen. I don't know where it's playing from. I don't know. Weird. Gotta make it stop though. It's like a ghost is speaking to me through closed captioning. Okay. What? Why is it come back? How is this happening? Yeah, do you guys see closed captioning on the screen that we're watching? Like under the only fan? Oh, Snow Pappy. I like that. Snow Pappy. I think he might have. So I was starting to say, I think the defense might have asked Snow Pappy, like how much snow was left on the ground in later days, and that he might have just said, that's not something data I researched or something I looked into. But yeah, I wonder if there's people talking in the courtroom and somehow we were getting the closed captioning of that. Wouldn't that be awesome if the hot mics, like, they didn't even need to know that the mics weren't working, but somehow oh, here it goes. Let's see. Let's see what it's saying. Oh, it's gone. Gone. Popped up. We get to hear all their conversations in closed captioning. All right. Well, I was gonna let you guys keep listening until I heard some movement in the courtroom, but then Bob seemed to get nervous, I guess, because y'all were getting nervous. And he's like, "Well, you got to get down there and let the people know." I'm like, fine, I'll bring them their OnlyFan. They can feel safe that they're not missing anything. So, yeah, Samantha, hot closed captioning. I'm here for that. For sure. for sure. Oh, we still have it spelled Bukkake, but I don't even think that's how you spell Bukkake in the tickler. That's how Mandy spelled it the first time. Chaz says, when Allie says pause or just yells at these a-holes, it's so awesome. Just wanted to say. Oh, thanks, Chaz. I guess I'll try not to pause too much if people are complaining, but like if I don't have to say Bob pause, then I can just like pick a good time to pause. I don't know. It seems easier. Oh, I left my water. All right, I'll be back.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins, and then
oh my God,
John.
This warrants rewinding. I missed
maybe
it.
What word would you?
I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Is this?
Would you? Let me ask.
joke?
I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
Yeah. How do you
Totality of the conversation?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. All of it.
My opinion is that it's a
Acquaintances that know each other.
angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection. I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
Their accounts are synced?
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account is somehow suddenly know that it's synced with what Gary's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
Why?
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made.
I don't know what
him, correct?
overtures means.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Sorry.
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did
Overtures.
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes. Yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes.
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
Yes.
He told her that
Won't let me leave.
he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump. Yep.
What did that, how did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning. Maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
as a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
Yes.
He constantly was using phrases to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him. Correct?
Gotcha.
Sustained you to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
No, that's
Ask it
okay.
again.
All right, so I'm just going to make clear here why they're doing this. So the judge is parsing the words because it's not about what Higgins was thinking. It's not about what Karen was thinking. This evidence is about what did this evidence make the investigative team think? And then were their opinions on the evidence rational, reasonable, and did they take the appropriate action in light of those texts? So this is a lose-lose situation for the MSP. Either you clearly saw that Higgins was interested and then ghosted and then sort of irritated about it, which should have given rise to the possibility of could there have been an altercation at some point between Mr. Higgins and John O'Keefe, and you didn't properly investigate, or B, you ignored the blatantly obvious, all as an excuse not to investigate what the hell happened in that house, if something could have happened in that house, and if there was something that triggered or went off between Higgins and O'Keefe. So double-edged sword as far as I see it, but that's explaining to you why they're objecting and why Judge Cannone keeps telling the defense, you need to rephrase your question. And he's trying to say, what did you think after you read that? Did you interpret it like this? All going back to how the investigative team treated and handled and responded and incorporated this information into their investigation. I will bloop backwards.
Messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him.
Objection.
Ask it again.
Or the possibility that those
When you first
incited John to go into the house, which falls kind of in what you were saying, but it's a different thing. But it's all what should have been taken into consideration is the possibilities of things that could have happened.
Right. And that's why what we're specifically talking about is the judge having him rephrase his questions about, like, if he says, oh, okay.
He's sitting there.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about it.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
No one else.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
No, that's exactly what we're getting at.
I'll allow it.
Right. Jag off.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that two different times.
Parlance of our
In
time.
the text string, correct?
He's looking for.
I know I read the text messages by reading them out loud to a room full of people. I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of
Yeah, it
each
was
word.
complex
Fair
reading.
enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret
Guzzle,
that
guzzle
use of that
time.
term by Brian Higgins as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
What? You just said that that's what he meant by ghosted. Wow.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little
Juvenile.
after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
No, neither.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
No, Judge Canoni. That's obviously relevant. It
You're
goes
aware
deep.
that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd.
You're
correct?
making a fool of yourself, Bukkake.
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last
I
page?
want to mock him, but then I keep
Yes, sir.
thinking
I believe
probably
it's the last
says
page. It may be the
English is
second to
his
the last page. or
third
something.
language. So maybe he really can't read and comprehend. But Laura calls bullshit, so.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, question mark, no, period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 N's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 29th, January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that's in front of you, Sergeant Buhkenik, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
One could.
On January 28th, Sergeant Buhkenik, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Interesting.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
Guzzle, guzzle. Pull that collar down a little bit.
Yes.
Get the collar pull on. Get that neck going. I love when he gets that little neck going. He's way
Thank you, sir.
less.
No worries.
Does it way less than the other guy? Someone remind me of his name. The original OG obstinate asshole. His is much less pronounced. He just does it like a little one. Yes, Bell. Bell calls bullshit. Either way, you never considered anyone but Karen for this crime.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
Here, where are these cheaters?
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m.
Since Mr. Buhkenik,
May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Wanted to act
Sure.
like-
So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the
Oh
23rd.
Lord, just say it.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I see a lot of you asking in the chat that you didn't know that was 234. That has always been the defense's like main part of their theory was that he was coaxing John there. Higgins was, and that McCabe was coaxing Karen there to get John there. So, and if you watched the Lori Vallow trial, all of those questions would have gotten objection asked and answered, objection asked and answered, objection asked and answered. However, it's very, very typical to see when someone's trying to basically put together what was just established.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? This is
Did
about
your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection. No.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
yeah.
Okay.
So Alan Jackson's point is this all goes to what they knew and what they failed to investigate, what they failed to follow up on, what logical inferences should have been made from the evidence that weren't made from the evidence. So the fact that there was phone conversation between Brian Albert and Higgins at that time is relevant. So we'll have to see if he wins.
I don't know that it's relevant. I think that it's a different objection. I don't think that it's the relevancy at this point because it's all relevant. My biggest takeaway is that every jury.
What do you think the objection and then the sidebar is about? You just said, I don't think it's about that, but didn't say what.
I'm thinking it's facts, not in evidence. or that it's, I mean, because he's asking him to get into shit that just hasn't even been brought up.
Well, he's bringing it up to challenge, to cross-examine him about the extent of their investigation.
I agree. I don't think that Brennan is objecting to it on a relevance base, but maybe he is. Yeah, because I mean, at this point, it's not in evidence. Any of this stuff is not in evidence in terms of phone call. None of the butt dials, none of that shit's in evidence at this point as to other parties that have not testified. So I don't know. But my biggest takeaway is that every single juror, I'm assuming, has some common sense. And when this guy sits up there and says shit that is so blatantly stupid.
Whoops, sorry. Go ahead.
Is absolutely just insulting the shit out of the jury. It's like, I don't know how he thinks this is working for him, where it's obvious. I mean, like, it just makes him look like a fucking liar.
Yeah.
That's what it makes him look like, a disingenuous piece of shit up on that stand. And it's making the jury think, like, is this guy fucking serious right now? Like that, like, that's what I'd be thinking in my head if I'm a juror. I'm like, is this guy fucking for real? Is this guy like really saying this shit? Or is he just playing stupid because he's testifying for the common? You know what I mean? It's like, that's how it's playing for the jury, for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
About it.
Sure.
I suspect they're looking at his previous testimony, but I don't know. I think they're going to hire Karen Reed after this as their paralegal.
I mean,
Sergeant Buhkenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
You won that objection.
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or a forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
What?
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain.
Why?
We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Well, jurors disregard that question. You know what? I'm blew back to see how the wording of the question.
Your investigation.
Any reason.
Brian Albert. Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
So he didn't even ask for it to be stricken. And she just struck it. But the question was asked, at least for the purposes of this, when he says during your investigation. That's why Judge Cannoni keeps saying, we need a time frame, Mr. Jackson. We need a time frame, because the only thing I think that she deemed relevant that can be introduced at this point is what they knew during the course of their investigation. So he asked the question correctly. He said, during the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Brian Albert had destroyed his phone? I don't know. Maybe she's saying, well, we haven't really established anything else about Brian Albert. I don't know what's going on over there, to tell you the truth, but we'll see. Because last time this happened, Jackson won. And I think based on the way he worded that question, he should win again, unless taking into account some of like what Bob said earlier, there's so much not in evidence as to Brian Albert that him destroying his phone's not even relevant at this point in time. But I don't know. I predict he should win. But yeah, that we figured. But thank you, KKB. Sure, he's super impassioned over there. Brooklyn today has been sponsored by Hennessy XO and Whiskey Cherries. Well, the MSP wouldn't have had the FBI reports until after this case was already set, unless I'm forgetting something. What? Who's heard a lot of hot mics? Today, Andrea's heard a lot of hot mics? All we got were hot closed captioning. Probably listening on a different channel. I mean, who knows, Julie? Julie asks, why doesn't the defense just call these people instead of trying to get it in through Buhkenik? I think that they might be doing both, or they might be trying to get, like, look, if you, when you had, well, I'll star this thing and come back to it. We'll be back to that. Did he win? Let's see.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware
of
a call that was made?
Oh, no, not yet.
by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after
though-
you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had
came directly
from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
Correct. Just
The
say it.
extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If
John's
you,
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verified. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives.
I think
the conversation
digging a hole.
Was documented over text
I'll
message.
rewind. Just digging a hole for
Explanation
himself.
of all the witnesses.
Oh, all the witnesses were so honest, but you determine that by taking their word as being honest. What in the actual fuck? He like, Alan's gonna get him. Get him, Alan.
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message, the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appears that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, that big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
A big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually
I want to know what they said.
described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Tiny.
Did you see a small laceration?
In this vicinity.
At his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
I mean, tiny.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch Dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Hmm. I think he looks like a total douchebag, to answer your question, Marcy. To the jury. We'll take some other adjectives from the chat to Marcy's question. Allie, do you think he looks ridiculous to the jury? I gave mine. Total tool.
May I approach?
Yes.
Slimy as shit. I mean, incompetent goes without saying.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
What snowbank?
You knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that you're getting dusting of snow. There is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing
snowbank.
He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So
Excuse me, sir. Did you or did you not find it suspicious, interesting, of note that the man used a non-existent snowbank excuse for not seeing a 6 foot something more man's body lying on the front lawn in basically no snow, in 2 inches max of snow? Excuse me, sir. Did you? All right, let's loop back and see what he thought. Let's just, let's hear it.
cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the lawn. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
Wait, what?
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank.
Right.
Off to that area. Right.
What? Is that the
Did that
general
raise any
area or the
suspicions in your
vicinity?
mind that
To
Sorry.
that area. Right.
did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Oh, God, no. Of course not.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
All right, here comes his foundation for that earlier question. About Higgins' phone. I mean, Albert's phone.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Mhm. Mhm.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I think his head's under the date.
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
He's under the time, right?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know as Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Is that him behind the PM there? The second counter in the PM? There he is. Oh, there he is.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
That's some practice fighting.
Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like rough housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
You said
Not
squaring
suggesting
off.
they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
giving each other some boxing lessons. Acting a fool.
Can you pause it?
Tracy says, practice for what's to come.
Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
I'm trying to think about one of my girlfriends I could have come on with me. We could make this just like a fun little play date.
Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Bob,
Let's go ahead and play this
hiding
up to
behind
11:08, please.
I mean, I agree. Remember, Ember. I mean, if we're being really fair, guys do that because they're stupid and they're men.
Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is...
Yeah, whatever happened in the end there
if we
is
have the lights.
more interesting than that play fight.
Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well,
That's weird.
obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McKay.
The band
Matt
didn't
McCabe,
go, in
John
case
O'Keefe,
anybody was wondering.
Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up. Did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
I'm sorry.
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or
Boxing.
a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
Martial arts. You don't martial arts square up like that. What in the hell's wrong with this guy?
You are former military?
Yes.
And
So sorry, I just want to comment because I thought about this yesterday. Someone had given Alan Jackson a note. He read it and he stuck it under the podium. And I was thinking at that time, are you going to remember to take that with you? And if you notice, this time he got that little note and he read it and he put it back on the defense table. So just, I don't even know why I have to point out all of my thoughts, but there you have it. That was what I was thinking.
former military?
Yes.
And current law enforcement?
Yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps. federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Now, what are these boys doing? I mean, just have sex and get it over with, for God's sakes.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
What?
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know
An
what he's doing.
abdominal.
Brian Albert's got his hands around.
Nothing's thrusting.
Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no
about the
idea what he's
abdomen?
doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Pelvic
Let's go ahead and
thrusting.
play it.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. If we can take that down.
We've seen
During the
just
course
about enough
of
of that.
reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody,
sure.
salutations,
Special.
did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen
go up
Reed,
there and
any of those
shake
individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
All right, we're going to see what this is the end for those of you in the chat that people were referencing before about something at the end being more important. Get half a mind to go upstairs and find out what is so exciting that's happening that's keeping my man from this stream and from all you people.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957.
What?
Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play,
identify each individual.
let's play it forward if we can. One more time.
Okay.
At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
A hoodie with.
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
I'd have to see that again, but it seemed like.
You see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here.
He was just inviting the band members to come.
Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the
two-tone
sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on
this
the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
Then don't ask him what someone else did.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Towards the front door.
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
Front
in
door.
the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We
He
can go
waved
back out
me,
to the
I
full
waved
screen.
him.
At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down.
That was actually fairer than I expected from him. I expected him to be like, I have no clue. He could have been.
I want to change gears for a second.
I'm about to close.
Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant.
Be watching on my phone.
What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
P.S. The man and the dog are napping. It was the most adorable thing I've ever seen.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
Might have
I
been
have.
movement.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay.
But not 100% certain.
You had this video
because there are
for
optical illusions.
The first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot.
No,
it's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have tested.
No, asshole. Up until Alan Jackson showed you that zoomed in video, you were insisting that it only came near John's. I'm going to zoom blue black, so don't worry, but come the fuck on.
Recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Agreed, idiot win.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
There's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
But one wasn't moving.
Correct.
One was stagnant.
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area
See how light.
of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
Guzzle, guzzle.
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
Come on.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
I don't know if it's the wording, got rid of, or if she's saying it's not relevant, that he hasn't proved that Chloe's relevant yet. I don't know what, not sure what this is, this sidebar. Yeah, let's see how that went down. Let's see.
Objection.
Did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
All right, yeah. Judge Canoni initiated a sidebar. I think we have some blooping. We are blooped up, people. Judge Canoni said I'll see you guys on sidebar on this. I mean, we all do they have found Chloe. They know where Chloe is. The prosecution's expert has made molds of Chloe's teeth. So I mean, it's got to be more than just the wording, or she would have said reword it. I think this has something about whether they're crossing the border from the failed investigation or third-party culprit. And I think Alan Jackson's going to win this argument. He's exploring whether it was reasonable to believe that those injuries could have been made by a dog and that these guys had a dog. So I think it's only 3:30 there. They're going to finish the day. I hope not. But then I could creep up in bed with Bob. Actually, I don't have time for any of that. As soon as Scarlett gets home, I'll have to drive her to her cousin's for a birthday party. And apparently to get a dress beforehand. This I did not know. I would have done it beforehand. And then get back here for y'all for our members only live. Yes, CCR. Dog bite mark impressions will not be accurate. I agree. For all the reasons you just said. Who won? Who won? Let's see what we get.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
Jackson won.
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Rehomed.
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay.
Oh,
So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog.
apparently.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Just traded her gave her up like a car. Can't even say her name.
I cannot
really
tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I
After the first
traveled to the dog's home and assisted with
Nope. Objection.
identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay.
When? You didn't say when. That was the whole point of what you were saying.
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
Did you have a picture?
It was veterinary records.
I'm stopping there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been
Subpoenaed.
utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named
That's suspicious.
Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
The dog doing?
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
That's weird.
Oh, I saw you napping, my sweet guy. I saw you napping. Yeah.
Me?
Uh-huh. And Nook.
The
Yeah, that long
I
walk.
did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner.
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
So where did Riley come in? Like, how did Chloe get to Riley?
That's the point.
I know.
They're like, oh, they used a straw man. So whoever the Alberts, I guess, gave the dog to someone named Riley, who gave the dog to the people who now call her Cora. Poor Chloe. change her name and everything.
Well, this is certainly new.
I don't remember ever hearing about Cora.
We never heard about Riley or Cora.
I mean, it's just how easy is it to call? I guess you just keep saying their name and giving them a treat, and saying their name and giving them a treat, and then they're like, "Oh, that's that name that gets me a treat." I mean, I don't know. Poor thing. I wonder if we go and we say, "Chloe." I mean, yeah, Chloe, come, Chloe. You know, like a whole Annie thing. One's calling Chloe, one's calling Cora. Mm,
Should we try to rename Nanook?
no,
Should we
test it out. No, poor guy would never. No, baby. No, baby. Oh, do we have any bloops? I don't think so. I think we're blooped up. Hey, what time's our members live?
I don't know. I haven't said it yet. I assume early evening. Depending on when you get back.
I got to go right away because traffic on Friday that way.
Okay.
Oof.
I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit.
Rough.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Babe, I'm going to get some water.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022, which is just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
What?
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
Oh, now you want to object. I don't know how.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned.
How bloop it. I don't know how I was ahead of you. I thought I was watching our live on my phone. Oh, no, I was watching Boston. Okay, so that's why I came in. It was like objection. It was about this right here. Let's just watch him wipe his eye again.
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yeah, object.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
What?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that they were.
Sorry, and I won't pause it again, but this line of questioning's got Mr. Hanky Brenny pretty nervous. All of a sudden, he's poking up with his little objections. He's been, silent as shit. Now, all of a sudden, he's like, whoa, objection, objection. Everybody looks a little panicked. I don't know.
The interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Why?
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Why? We're going to have to sidebar.
Sidebar.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Yes.
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
Well, how about I approached you with this thing right here? Because I can't imagine.
I love this line of question.
Me too. Alan Jackson pulled that date out of his ass.
May I approach you on
So
Yes.
good.
Mm.
So good.
Ooh.
Thank you.
I definitely
that document
been
and tell me
friends
if
with
you
teams.
want
Oh,
to
this
tell me if that
Jaws
whether or not
thing
that
goes
refreshes
on
your
really
recollection
long.
as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically.
Goes right up to the Jaws attack.
I wanted to start with the. That's what I want. Gonna have Mandy clip that just to give us the good stuff.
That may have been a little too long for YouTube's liking.
Me?
No, I mean, we'll see if the bot picks that one up. Those
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hockey.
I can't take credit for that.
Oh, I wonder what it says.
Bukkake.
No.
They spelled his name Bukkake.
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry. You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I'm going to rewind this. Oh,
It's long.
Lord.
It
This
is-
is. Are you kidding me?
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's
okay.
Well, I talked to the other guy, and he said that the other people, they'd have that same belief, that he had. They think all the same shit that he thought, because they probably looked at all the same shit that he thought and saw at all the same time. So, that's not so important.
The most important part about this entire line of questioning is the fact that we know and the jury knows that both, well, at least they know that Heather Maxson said under oath that she saw into the cab of that car and the light was on, and that she saw Karen and she did not see John inside and didn't see him outside, which would lead a reasonable person to think that, well, maybe he was inside the house. That's why this is all so well done right here.
And how much time before they went to interview her?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
in some instances, yes, yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and I'm sorry, when
Wipe your brow.
yes, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that. No, I'm sure a report would
Jog it.
indicate when.
Well, when do you think it was? Couple months, couple days, couple weeks?
3 months, maybe a years. Was it a years after the occurrence there, Chief?
Mayor Proctor,
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
Oh, oops.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Oh, it was a year and a half.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario. It would be quicker.
So that would be
No.
no excuses. I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely. Correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
Do you
that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously? That's a interview with Ricky D'Antona. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antona actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach the
Yeah.
Yes, can I see that, please?
Yep. Oh, even Bev doesn't believe it's possible. Judge Canone's like, I can't. That can't be what it says. I'm gonna have to look at that thing right there. Oh boy. I mean, as Bell said, the best you can seems to be pretty crappy. Yep, in my opinion as well. Bell. Bob is on the X machine doing X things.
So how did Kate O'Connor know I was a Husky? I was curious.
Why is that like an Oak Park thing?
Yeah, or the Oak Park.
I think you
OPRF.
mentioned something about going to Oak Park. We're
did?
living in Oak Park.
Oh, maybe.
You said it earlier today. And you're talking about there's probably 100,000 people there.
Oh, yeah.
Bob's very proud of his diverse Oak Park.
That's right.
Forward thinking, diversity, smart,
That's right.
strong-willed people of Oak Park.
That's right. Ernest Hemingway was born there. There are more Frank Lloyd Wright homes in Oak Park than anywhere. Oh, yeah. I know, Shannon. You didn't mean to call me boob.
Bunch of perverts.
No, those were North Side, North Shore, all the John Hughes flicks. Oak Park is a great town.
It's never met a John Hughes flick you didn't like.
Yeah, they wouldn't make any of those today.
Yeah,
Oak Park's great. It's like 8 miles out of the city, so it's a very urban suburb. It's a great place to raise kids. If you want them to come out normal.
Back when you could make John Hughes movies.
Yeah.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antona, he indicated that upon their arrival at home,
ding, ding, ding.
At the home, 34 Fairview, go to dark-colored
bloop back. Sorry.
Interviewed Ricky D'Antona, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, at the home, 34 Fairview, go to dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you.
So then that's what he told you. Unless you're saying you just wrote it in the report. Maybe that's what you're saying. Okay, I heard you loud and clear. Loud and
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, Ricky, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Oh, Ricky.
Hey, Ricky. Hey, Ricky.
Oak. OP. Dear old Oak
Oh,
Park.
Ricky, what a pity you don't
Your
understand.
Honor, I'm just about to
Why don't we come to sidebar now from
Sidebar.
Let's hear what they were saying. Let's hear.
You were
Your Honor,
saying.
I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Let's see if we got any blooping time.
2
Take
minutes.
me by the heart if you take me by the hand. It's guys like you, Ricky.
Everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for that. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday and we will go a full day. We'll leave everybody
Oh, sweet. Get a late start, babe.
We'll see you next
I
week.
doubt it.
Same
I think
cautions.
they're going to be in
Please
court.
do not
It's here
discuss
right
this
now.
case. Start at Monday at 10.
Oh, you think?
Let's see. Damn, we're live.
And we're live.
It's guys like you, Ricky. What you do, Ricky? Do, Ricky? Don't break my heart, Ricky. Why'd you have to get it started, babe?
Sorry.
All right, let's see.
Court's in session, please be seated.
Court's in
All
session.
right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Ron.
Thank you.
All rise.
All right, so yeah, 10 o'clock, unless something happens and they need her.
Yeah.
Man, got like a hot mic for like a half a second.
Love it. That's like a little bit extra sleepy poos for us. Well, full day of bukkake. Just all up in our face. All the bukkake all day. So a lot of interesting stuff came out, yeah? Oh, I was happy to see that I napped through the waterfall video. So did he get into the pseudo ass grabbery?
Yeah. The squaring up and fighting.
Oh, I couldn't have picked.
You missed. There was some thrusting too. There was some Heimlich maneuver giving.
Thrusting?
Well, I don't know. There was something was thrusting. I'll tell you that much. Didn't look much like a Heimlich to me.
Oh, going out my back door. All right. So we're going to try to figure out, it depends. We're going to have our members only today. Unfortunately, I'm going to have it set to, like, I'm going to type it out.
When I'm on my way back, I'll text
Allie
you
will
my
give me the high
ETA.
sign. So give me the high sign and then I'll set it. So turn your notifications on. I'll post it also in the community page as soon as I set the live.
I hope that one woman from yesterday, I can't remember her name.
Linda, she did. She left a message.
All right, I didn't hear it, so I don't want to know about it. I like to be surprised.
Yeah. Most of them I haven't listened to. I listened to a couple of them, so most of them will be a surprise to me as well. I like to do it that way where I haven't listened to them. I didn't listen to Linda's. I just saw that because it tells me who emailed the voicemail. So community page, if you look on kind of the front page of the channel, our channel, you'll see it. It depends on what
he's back on the stand on Monday. That's for
Oh, hell yeah. He ain't done. So like here on mine, when I'm looking at it, you can see right there, it says under managed videos for me. Now mine's different because I'm operating the site, but it says visit community. What's it look like for you, babe? Can you see where it says community?
I see I think I see a community tab, or maybe it might be called posts.
It could be posts.
Let's see. Yeah, posts.
Okay. So that's where it is. So make sure that you're checking there. Make sure that you just put your notifications on. If you put your notifications on, you should get a notification either via email and or text to let you know that we've set a live and that we're going live when it happens. Both.
Hey, babe, can you pass the peas?
Oh yeah, nobody got it. Nobody got it the whole day.
Like they used to do?
Pass the peas like they used to say. Pass the peas like they used to say. Yep, nobody got it. No one wins a sticker package except
don't we owe them like a puppet? Well, you can't make goals that.
Listen, the goal was not met, sis. I don't know what to tell you. Are we doing it like 19 out of 30?
All right. Well, we need to start maybe intertwining commercials again.
You did get the peas part, but you didn't get the important part. It's Pass the Peas by the JBs.
James Brown.
James Brown's first band.
The
So if you
JBs.
love the funk, if you love the funk, that would be something you'd know. All right.
Giving up food for funk. Giving up food for funk.
Yeah. If I could play music on YouTube, we'd be having funk parties all day. Up in
Oh,
here.
Lord.
I
I don't understand how we did that. I mean, we've done, like, we had friends over COVID who was not on YouTube. Oh, that was on, like.
Did you get through all the stuff when I was napping?
I mean.
Distracted.
I mean, I didn't read that, but I put it up.
They love when you say get to guzzling, guzzle, guzzle. They love that. Thank you, West Joe. He draws extra attention by him hemming and hawing on every single question. Just effing answer and move on. By the way, Bukkake on the tickler.
That was Mandy.
No, that was me.
That was you.
Yep. Mandy's been, I think, real lifing all day.
No, but I thought you used the same one that's been up there since Mandy did it.
Nope, that's me.
Well, then you spelled Bukkake wrong.
Oops. Sorry, I'm not so familiar with Bukkakeing that I knew how to spell it properly. You're welcome. Thank you, Meg Vicaro. Bukkake's reading fund. Reading is fundamental. Riff. You guys remember Riff? You have to be an old head to remember Riff. New member. Family hug. Welcome, Amy Glover Bryant. We love having you over here. Brooklyn. We love you. You know how much we love you.
Like a remember.
She's a fam. She's fam. She's blood fam. We love you over here, Brooks. Booty Girl, member for 5 months. How many women are on the jury? I think it's 6-6.
I can't remember, but that sounded right.
I think it's split down the middle. Is what I heard.
It's crazy.
As when Allie says pause or just yells at these a-holes, it's so awesome. I just wanted to say. Allie is always right, except when she's wrong. Anna Dill, new member, and thank you, Billy. Family hug. I think I gave Hannah a family hug, at least via messaging. And then Jimmy, I know we don't want jurors who know cops, who had DUIs, etc. Think about how jurors feel to Karen that they were cheated on themselves. Good point. Good point. Good point.
We don't know. For all we know.
Distracted had said he always needs to see a report, but motherfucker, there are no reports. That is the beauty of this. That is the beauty of the cross. That's how we got here in the first place. 100% distracted. 100%. Kate, yes. I answered that in chat. Thank you both for your generosity. Idiot Wind, I'm behind, but Hank has made it clear that his theory of M2 is that she flew off the handle and accidentally clipped him, but knew that and drove away, leaving him in the cold and covered it all up with those calls and messages.
And that's what I thought they were going to really lean into this time around. However, in his opening, he still says she went forward or did whatever. She put it in reverse and saw him in her rearview mirror and then went 24. So I don't know how he has it both ways.
I mean, he's trying to get one or the other charge. He's talking out both sides of his mouth. Idiot Wind again. And thank you 2 times, Idiot Wind. I.e. intentionally leaving him to die in the cold, as opposed to getting him help and driving so angrily. She out his life and she left his life in danger. I'm going to assume is the M2. Ridiculous to me. Those calls were real. Agreed. She was the only one in shock and horror. No question. I agree on all counts. Amanda the Super Sticker. Thank you, Amanda. Mama 2SL. Aw, family hug. Didn't you become a member yesterday? I could have sworn I went through the whole Morgan is my mom's maiden name thing. I mean,
that's all right.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. See, I haven't been playing this.
No, don't do it.
Why?
Well, because we can't have any more strikes.
No. We never got strikes with that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, stop it just in case.
That's how Jay and I played, like started every new morning. It was welcome back. Emmy, new member. Family hug. Thanks for being a family member, Em. Welcome to the fam.
You didn't put her up there. Oh,
I didn't. Thought
there
I
you
did.
go.
Thank you. Sky Goddess. Thanks for a great week of rants. Our pleasure.
Welcome.
Our pleasure. We love
Thank
doing
you.
it. Thank you so much. Tyler Couchy. $2 holla. Appreciate you, Tyler. We appreciate all of you. All
Yes,
of you
we do.
that have been in the chat all week. Whether you're new, whether you're old, we love you 100 times over because you guys are fabulous human beings. If you're members, make sure you're hanging with us tonight. It's not too late to leave a voicemail, even for tonight's members only live, which will be, I'm guessing, sometime between 5:30 and 6 Central Daylight Time. All right. So
It's an hour drive and it's 3:10 right now.
ooh, it's
You said I have to stop and get Scarlett a dress.
It'll be tight. I don't know. We'll play it by ear, but I'll make it as early as possible.
All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to see if Scarlett's home.
I love you, face. Well, I'm ending it right now because without y'all, I'd just be an old man
Talking to his wife.
and taking naps. Love.
Absolutely.